ได้ค่ะหนูว่าจะรอยังไม่ถึงเวลาเลยค่ะอืมค่ะอ๋อหนูพูดไม่หมดแล้วค่ะพี่ตองหนูพูดประมาณ2 ประโยคได้แล้วหนูก็ลืมไปหมดแล้วด้วยนะตอนนั้นพี่ตองขนาดค่ะก็น่าโอเค Okay, good morning, hi everyone. I hope you have a good rest yesterday. So actually our schedule will start at 9. So it's a bit late, but I think it's okay for today. So good morning again, everyone. So well, first of all, welcome the second day of our first kickoff meeting of Carbon Footprint of Renewable Energy for ASEAN Country Project. So this is the second day, and we have like a lot of speakers today, around 6 speakers. So for today, it's collaboration between Thai and Japan to sharing you with the methodology and LCA application with all of you today. So may I invite Dr. Titi to speak some welcoming you again.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are in the day 2, right? Yesterday, we are talking about the energies, technologies, situation in ASEAN countries. But today, we are mainly focused on environmental management, life cycle assessment, and also some research that run in AIST. And I hope you enjoyed the day. And we heard that yesterday, some of you went out to visit the Bangkok at night, and the market is closed. Okay, so we right. So someone unlucky didn't went there, but tonight we will recommend you to another market, and it's open for sure, for sure. Okay,
Yeah.
so you still have time to visit Bangkok at night. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah. So for your information, today we also have live from here, Centara Grand, Centara Town,นะคะ, and we also live in Zoom. So for the participants online, you can feel free to comment any comments and feedback in the chat box.ค่ะ. So now we got 3 hours work in the morning. So we'll be starting off first officially, starting with the LCA and application session. So we're having professor from JGC at KMUTT ค่ะ please welcome Dr. Shabir ค่ะ ไม่สวัสดีอัน
I should use that one.
I think it's better one because the voice more clear and the wireless is for participants to maybe have questions.
We are already in there. Okay. So good morning, everybody. I think, is the microphone working?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think my voice you cannot make out because in the room, but for the Zoom, my voice is very loud for the room, but not for Zoom maybe. So today I'd like to briefly introduce life cycle assessment to you. I think most of you are quite familiar with life cycle assessment, so please bear with me. Ajahn Jitti has been very kind to reduce my talk from 2 hours to 1.5 hours because he didn't want to bore you to death. But okay, I'll try to say something I hope which is at least some of it is not familiar to you. Okay. Normally I teach life cycle assessment for 45 hours. So I don't know how much I can teach in 1.5 hours. I'll try to do some justice to it. Am I supposed to? Slide doesn't move.
While we are waiting, you can tell us another story.
Yeah, let me tell you another story then. Okay, I come from the Joint Graduate School of Energy and Environment, as you probably have heard. I have two affiliations there. One is the Life Cycle Sustainability Assessment Lab, which is at the school, and then as the Research Center for Life Cycle Assessment and Sustainable Development, that is at the university level. Okay, and this is a part of my team. You can see some familiar faces over here. Yes, you can see Ajahn Thapat is also, we work very closely, and I have many others who could not, all of them could not join. Why do we have this black box on the slide? It's kind of, two of my researchers have been covered by a black box. I see. Okay. So basically the research that we are doing is divided into 6 types. So since I come from the School of Energy and Environment, so our research is with energy systems. So it is both renewable energy as well as normal conventional energy. We do all kinds of energy based research. That is one of the themes here you can see. And because a lot of biomass and biofuels and bioenergy in Thailand, so of course we are life cycle people, so we cannot work in isolation and say only energy. We have to look at everything in together. So then we have also competitive uses of agricultural products. Yeah, so we cannot only focus on, so we have fuel over here, but we have also food, feed, fuel, fiber, fertilizer, everything together. And then the concept of biorefineries, because if you want to utilize something efficiently, you need to utilize all the biomass or as much as possible the biomass, because you see, if you look at only the oil, for example, if you take oil palm, and the fresh fruit bunch, only about 17 to 20% of that is oil. So 80% of the fresh fruit bunch is not oil. So, and we are using only that for producing biodiesel, right? Only the oil. But what about the rest of the empty fruit bunch or other things, or the fronds or the trunks? Everything needs to be utilized. And we need to try to find for all kinds of byproducts or waste products that come out, we need to utilize them. So that's the concept of the biorefinery. And we also develop sustainability indicators. We look at all kinds of things like carbon. Okay, carbon footprint, water footprint is quite common, but apart from that, we also look at other things, how to address the sustainable development goals, etc. So we look at SDGs, yes, and we look at transport, which is also a very big energy consumer. So we are looking at not conventional, not only biofuels, etc., but we're also looking at EV, for example, electric vehicles and so on, and buildings also because of energy, once again, because building consume a lot of energy. We saw yesterday in many of the presentations that the residential energy consumption, so that is kind of somehow related to buildings, right? So especially the HVAC, what we call the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, that uses a lot of energy. Yeah. So
Yeah,
cap.
sorry for interrupting, Ka. So we would like to change your presentation to PDF because the black box there. So yeah, sorry for interruption. So
Okay, so then we
yeah.
will not have the animation, but okay, we will live with
Is
that.
that okay?
Well, we have to.
Yeah,
If it
thank
is
you
not,
so
what can
much,
we do?
Ka. Sorry again.
Yeah, and there's some problem with the connection also. Somebody has just mentioned in the chat. But Ajahn Nuong says he can hear very clearly. Even I'm sure he's listening to 3 presentations at the same time, but he can hear. Thank you, Ajahn Nuong.
Okay, Ka.
Any PDF ใช่ไหมครับ
Ka, it's okay.
งั้นก็
ค่ะ
Okay, so you will miss all my very fancy animation, but okay, never mind. I'll be a bit animated.
We can send them your presentation so you can look at home.
No, but it will be without my talk. It's not moving. Will I be able to move it? I will be able to move it, right? I see. Okay. Okay. So since we are talking about energy over here a lot, so I thought that I should talk. Even though I will talk about life cycle assessment, I will try to focus mainly on energy aspects and assessment of energy. Okay. I mean, we have done so many different things. Energy is one very important part of that. So we will look at that. So when we talk about energy, energy is a very, very basic necessity of life, along with food and shelter. Energy is also needed. We cannot live without energy, right? We need energy. Absolutely. So from in the very early days when we were hunter gatherers, fire was our source of energy. Yeah. But as civilization developed and we became agriculturalists, etc., or even in the pre-industrial agricultural society, we used buffalo power, yeah, for energy, yeah, to plow our fields, etc. We used wind power, but in a kind of less sophisticated form, but we used wind power to move the irrigation water and so on. Yeah. And now in the more industrial society, we are using fossil fuels, a lot of them. Yeah. Because coal, oil, etc. They're also biomass based, but they are very energy dense. Yeah. So they can be used very efficiently for energy. However, energy is associated with environmental impacts. Yeah. First of all, fossil fuels are non-renewable. So that means that we have a certain finite amount of them and we need to live with that. Yeah. So we are using non-renewable resources. And then when we use carbon-based fuels, which are the fossil fuels, we are emitting carbon dioxide, NOx, sulfur dioxide, and many such other compounds, which are having various kinds of impacts, such as climate change, greenhouse gases for climate change, or acidification, eutrophication, and so on. So there are many other impacts that we also need to consider that are coming from fossil fuels. Yeah. So before I go into life cycle assessment itself, there is something that I would like to mention. The Earth has a capacity to deal with waste. Okay. for millennia, for thousands and millions of years, the earth has existed and it has been dealing with its own waste, and even with the waste that has been produced by humans. But more recently, with the increase in the population and we started to produce xenobiotics, special compounds like pesticides, fertilizers, etc. These chemicals, the earth is not familiar with. And because the earth is not familiar with these chemicals, the earth does not have the pathways to deal with it. Yeah. And that is causing problems. Yeah. So even though the earth has a so-called carrying capacity, we are now exceeding the carrying capacity of the earth. But okay, to realize, to kind of scientifically measure what that carrying capacity is, how much it is, and where we are in terms of exceeding or not exceeding it, and what we have to do to limit ourselves so that we don't exceed the carrying capacity of the earth, because we want to be sustainable, we want to persist, live long, okay, and for future generations, etc. We had to define that. So a group of scientists got together and they came up with this idea about the status of the planetary boundaries. Okay, these are the boundaries, the carrying capacity of the earth, and they defined 9 boundaries, which are over here. Somebody is saying that he's not hearing very clearly. That's one of my own postdocs. He's not hearing me. I'm sorry. I will give him a special presentation later on, but I hope the others are able to hear me. So Ajahn Nuong, my supporter, he hears me clearly. So so these 9, so we have climate change over here. If you look at climate change, then we are already, this was done in 2015, and we were already in the yellow zone, which is the zone of uncertainty or increasing risk. I think we are beyond that now. We are already entering the red zone. Yeah, biodiversity, that's also called genetic diversity, is in the red zone already back then, and we are doing very bad. If you look at biochemical flows of phosphorus and nitrogen, etc., we are again in the red zone. Land use, we are in the yellow zone, which is increasing risk, you see. So, and most of these are somehow related with energy, and they are related with agriculture and stuff like that. So bioenergy and so on. Now, this freshwater use is green, but actually that is also probably a bit of misunderstanding, in the sense that if you just look at the amount of fresh water that is existing in the world and our demand, of course, we have more than enough fresh water, much more than enough. But the problem is not that. The problem is that we don't have fresh water when we need it and where we need it. That is the problem. So we have problem with fresh water as well. So it is, though it shows green over here, it is also, we are in the red zone. We have issues of drought, we have issues of flooding, storms, etc. Right? And these are related again to climate change. Land use is related to climate change. Climate change affects land use. Climate change affects biodiversity. These biochemical flows affect land use and they affect climate change. So what I'm trying to mention over here, along with these impacts, is that all these are interrelated. And this is what we were discussing yesterday as well in the morning when we talk about carbon neutral. If we just try to focus on one impact and try to reduce it, we may be creating problems on other impacts. So for example, if we just start to cut down forests and say we will plant palm, for example, okay? And then what happens? We are trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but we are increasing impacts on land use. We are increasing biochemical flows because of fertilizer use. We are increasing use of fresh water. So we should not look at impacts in isolation. If you want to solve the problem, we have to look at all the impacts together. And that integrated way of looking is very essential. And it's an essential component of life cycle assessment or systems thinking. Yeah. So, okay, I have to wait. Maybe. It does not move. Yeah. So why should we consider the entire life cycle? Now I have to show everything without the what you call that animation, which is a bit sad because my story does not come well without the animation. But okay, we have to live with that. So now when we talk about electric cars, I think we all are talking about electric cars, which is very important. We said that it's very important. It's good for the environment, etc. Is it? Well, if you look at it from the point of view of urban air quality, yeah, look at a city like Bangkok or Jakarta, etc. Yeah. From that point of view, electric cars are good because they are running on batteries. We don't need to do any assessment. Yeah. We can see that if you have a diesel car or a gasoline car, it is having emissions, tailpipe emissions. But if you use an electric car, there is no tailpipe, no emissions, right? So from the point of view of urban air quality, electric cars will be very good. However, I think all of us are aware that there is a story behind. Yeah. So for example, we have to produce the electricity that is used for driving this electric car. And that electricity may be produced at a power plant. A coal-fired power plant, for example, may have 35% or 40% efficiency. That means we need to put 3 or 4 times as much primary energy as coal into the power plant to get that 1 unit of final energy. And then we have also losses in transmission and so on. So that means we have to burn a lot of fossil fuels if our electricity is being produced from fossil fuels, which is very common in many countries, probably not in some who are using hydropower and all quite a lot, but a lot of our countries are fossil, the electricity grid is largely fossil based. Then what we have done is we have only transferred the pollution from the electric car to the power plant. It's not gone, it's there. But we have only shifted it from one location to another location. Of course, there are pluses and minuses of that as well. Some may say that it's much easier to control the pollution at a centralized power plant than it is to control pollution in 1 million cars. That is also true. Yeah. So this is also there. But then there are issues of the battery and the disposal of the battery, etc., of the electric car. All these myriad issues are there, and we have to deal with all of them. So that is but the point is that it is not enough if you have to make a decision about whether electric cars are good for the environment or not. It is not enough to just look at the car and focus on the car itself. We have to look at its whole life cycle. Okay. And that is the important point that I'm trying to make over here. So this very powerful metaphor is there. I think all of you can see that there is an elephant in the room. Yes. But there are 6 people on this slide who have blindfolds. They are not able to see. So they are looking at different parts. They're feeling different parts of the elephant. Somebody who's sitting on top of the elephant thinks and feeling the ear of the elephant thinks it's a fan. Somebody who's feeling the tusk of the elephant thinks it's a spear. Somebody thinks it's a tree or a snake or something like that. But none of the 6 people over there who have blindfolds, they're seeing the elephant. This is a very old story. I think it's 2000 years old or something like that. But it is a very powerful metaphor for life cycle thinking or systems thinking. If we want to solve the problem, if we just try to address parts of the problem, subsystems at the subsystem level, and try to optimize the subsystems, the solution may not be optimum for the entire system. That's the point. So if we really want to solve the problem, we should look at the entire system in toto. That is important. Then we can come up with an real optimal solution. And that is what we call life cycle thinking. So in the previous slide, we talked about the planetary boundaries. We saw that the impacts are somehow correlated. So that means we should not look at one impact in isolation. The other thing is, if you look at only one part of the life cycle, which we saw in the electric car, again, we get a wrong picture. So we have to look at the entire life cycle. So we look at different parts of the life cycle and we look at multiple impacts categories. And that is the very important part about systems thinking. That is the message I want to give here. I mean, there are many details we can talk for, as I said, for 45 hours. But the message that I want to give mainly for today is this. So we have this tool called life cycle assessment, where we look at the entire life cycle of any product or service, etc. It's the life cycle starts from extraction of resources, manufacturing, packaging, use, reuse, recycling, end of life, the disposal in the landfill, and so on. Yeah. So we look at all the parts of the life cycle. Along with that, we look at not only just one impact, greenhouse gases or carbon neutrality or something like this, but carbon footprint, but we also look at water footprint, ecosystem quality, natural resources, human health, many things we look at, because we don't want problem shifting from one part of the life cycle to another part of the life cycle, or from one impact category to another impact category. Yeah. So yeah, once again, this is just a more systematic, more comprehensive diagram of what I was just mentioning. So even for a simple thing like a water bottle, Okay, here we have a glass bottle. Here I've drawn a PET bottle, but okay, the message is still the same. If we have a PET bottle, PET or is a kind of plastic which is produced from oil. Yeah. So that means when we do the life cycle assessment of a PET bottle, then we have to start from extracting the oil from the ground, and then, okay, that oil has to be transported to the refinery. Then it will be refined. We will produce the monomer and the polymer, and then we will produce a bottle by blow molding, injection molding, and so on. Then that water will fill water into the bottle, pack it, distribute it. It'll stay in the shopping mall or in the convenience store inside the refrigerator for I don't know how many days, so on. And then, okay, it may be discarded at the end of its life. It may go to the landfill, or it may be recycled. All of these things will use resources, will use energy, and will have impact. So we'll have emissions to air. We'll have emissions to air, emissions to water, use of resources, which will have impacts on human health, ecosystems, and resources, which are our areas of protection. So this is what we look at in a life cycle assessment. So life cycle assessment basically is an environmental assessment tool. So what is LCA? It's a tool for assessment of the environment, where we look at the entire life cycle. And by entire life cycle, we mean extraction of raw materials from which it is made, manufacturing, packaging, marketing, use, reuse, maintenance, until the eventual recycling or disposal at the end of its life. Okay. So this is the formal definition, if you may, of life cycle assessment. And there are two ISOs, big guiding ISOs of life cycle assessment. One is ISO 14040 and another one is ISO 14044. Okay, there were 41, 42, 43 before, but they have been all integrated into these two now. And then in that, the framework is that we first define the goal and scope. So goal is the objective of the study, scope is the system boundary, and then the functional unit, etc. And then we have the inventory analysis, where we collect the data. This, I think you will hear a lot in the next presentations about inventory and how to collect data and so on. But this is a very important, very, very, very important part, and usually the most difficult part of a life cycle assessment, because it takes a lot of time and effort, and And then we do impact assessment. So we look at all these carbon footprint, water footprint, etc., and all kinds of impacts, and then we interpret the results. So today we'll talk a little bit about the applications also, if there is time. We will see. So when the steps in conducting a life cycle assessment, as I mentioned, the first one is goal and scope definition. So we define the goal of the study. This is very important, actually. Normally I take 3 hours just to explain defining a goal. Okay, today I'm doing it in 3 minutes. But this is very important. You may think that it is not very important, but it is actually very, very important to define the goal, because asking the right question is very important. You see, I usually like to give an example. Maybe I'll take 2 minutes to give you that example. So I don't know, some of you may be familiar with this book. It's called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's a book by Douglas Adams. In that, there is a story. Okay. And that story I like to share because, okay, today we make it light. I don't want to make it too academic. So let me share that story with you. So in that, the people, they have this question that I want to know the answer to the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. This is the question. Now, to answer this question is a very complicated thing, you see. So they have to make a supercomputer. They take many, many generations to build this supercomputer, which can do all the calculations to come up with the answer. And then they start the supercomputer to compute. And then the supercomputer takes many, many, many years to finally come up with an answer. Now the day has arrived. Everybody is there in front of the supercomputer, waiting to hear the answer. So the supercomputer says, yes, I have done all the calculations, and now I have the answer to the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. Do you really want to know the answer? They said, yes, 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 of course. We've been waiting for generations to hear the answer. We want to know. We want to know. What is the answer? He said, well, it's 42. The answer is 42. Okay. The point is, if your question is like this, then your answer is 42. Okay. So it is very, very important to define the goal properly. If you don't define your goal properly, if your objective is not clear, if your research question is not clear, then your answer will most likely be 42. Okay, so goal definition is very important. Sometimes people don't give enough importance to it, but to ask the right question, you know, there's a saying in English, well begun is half done. Yeah, so that is there. And then defining the system boundary. So what is important, we include in the system boundary. What is not important, we leave out. Okay, it's kind of a catch-22 situation because we have not done the study yet. So how do we know what is important and what is not important? But okay, we try our best from experience and from common sense, etc., to make this. And then we have, of course, as we study more and know more about the system, we can actually change the system boundary. Okay, we are allowed to do that. So life cycle assessment, as they say, is an iterative process. So you can go back and change something. You can even change the question. If you realize midway in your study that you asked the wrong question, you are allowed to go back and even change the question, the goal of the study. It's better to change the goal of the study than to get an answer of 42, right? So yeah, and then functional unit. Okay, so functional unit is the quantification of the function of any system. This is extremely important, very, very critical, because if we don't define this correctly, then again, the answer will be 42. Okay, it's very important how to define a functional unit. I take 6 hours when I talk in the class, 6 hours to define functional unit. Okay, but today I'm doing it in 5 seconds. And then is the inventory analysis. You'll hear a lot about that in the next lecture. So yeah, so we have to collect the inputs, the resource use, and the outputs, pollutants, emissions, etc., that are associated with the system boundary. And then we convert that into impacts. There are many methods available for that. Okay, I will not go into all the methods, but I'll give you just some example of a couple of methods. Yeah. And then finally, we interpret the results. So we identify the hotspots, what is important, what is not important in life cycle, and so on. Yeah, which parts are important. So if you want to make improvements, then which parts we should focus on to make reductions. So yeah, just general. So when we do the inventory analysis, we collect the data. We are here at this stage, and what we are interested in is this final damage. This final damage is human health, resource depletion, and ecosystem quality. These are, we also call them endpoints. Okay, in the language of LC, we call them endpoints, but they're final damages. But sometimes we stop in between and we do the assessment at the midpoint level. So we have climate change, resource depletion, land use, water use, etc. So most of the impact assessment methods have these 3 final, what we call the areas of protection. This is what we wish to protect. We wish to protect human health. We wish to protect resource depletion, and we wish to protect ecosystem quality. So this is what we call areas of protection. But of course, the Japanese method, I think, has one more. I cannot remember. There is, I think, primary productivity as one more. Yeah, but generally about these 3 are quite common. And then some methodologies also have 4 endpoints. Okay. So yeah, when we look at the impact categories, so okay, for example, climate change, then we measure. So it measures the increase in radiative forcing. So, okay, greenhouse gases have an ability to catch infrared radiation. How much it can catch? We use carbon dioxide as the reference gas, and then all other greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, like methane, nitrous oxide, CFCs, etc. We convert their effect as compared to carbon dioxide. So they become carbon dioxide equivalents. So similarly for stratospheric ozone depletion, we have CFC 11. It was a very important CFC in one time. Now it is kind of phased out already, but we used to use it a lot in refrigerants and in air conditioners, etc. But now, okay, we don't use it anymore, but it is still there in the environment. And so all ozone depleting gases are measured in terms of CFC equivalents. Similarly, we have acidification, eutrophication, etc., ecotoxicity, and so on. I will not go into the details. We don't have enough time to do all that, but just to make you familiar, to listen to the sound of the names of the impact categories. Okay, so these are there. So this is at the midpoint level. Sorry, and then at the endpoint level, the same categories are there, but then we convert them into 3 things. One is the effect on human health, that is measured as DALY or DALY, disability adjusted life years. And then ecosystem impacts are measured as different methods have different units, but I'm just using one of the eco indicator, which is used in recipe also. PDF, which is potentially disappeared fraction, and resources are measured as megajoules of extra energy required for the next bit of resource. Okay, so at the endpoint level, we have 3 categories. Yeah. So this is how we use it. But okay, I will not go into the technical details of that, but just show you some examples of how life cycle assessment is used, and in terms of energy, what life cycle assessment or greenhouse gas emissions, etc., look like. That is, so we talked about electric cars, or if you have to do life cycle assessment of vehicles, there are 2 life cycles over there. One is the life cycle of the vehicle itself, that is in the green dotted line. Yeah, so there you have the, okay, you make the vehicle, okay, you extract the resources to make the vehicle, make the components, assemble the vehicle, etc., and then you have the enough life of the vehicle. Then you have another life cycle, which is the fuel life cycle, which is called well to wheel. Yeah, it is in this blue dotted lines over here. So you have to extract the energy resource, you produce the energy carrier, you distribute it, and then you store it, then you burn it in the car, or you use it in the car, etc. So that's the other life cycle. Okay. So when we look, if you want to evaluate electric vehicles, what does it look like? Now I have a very complicated diagram. I apologize for that. I will run you through it. So now on the y-axis, we are putting any environmental impact. Let's say, for example, greenhouse gas emissions. So kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalents. Okay. And on the x-axis, we have the kilometers driven by the car. Now you see at the 0 kilometers, that means we have not driven the car at all yet. At that stage already, we have many impacts. So you see, you have the battery cell production, the battery production, and the car manufacture. So you already are here. So even before you drove your first kilometer, you have already emitted a lot of greenhouse gases. That is the embodied emissions, they're called. Yeah. Once you start to drive, then you have like this. This BEV stands for battery electric vehicle. Okay. So now you see that the more you drive, the more your emissions are, because, okay, while you're driving, you're using energy, right? For a conventional vehicle, this is drawn in the red line over here, just for a comparison. That is, you see here, this is lower. This is lower than the electric vehicle. So if you just look at production emissions, many times some people try to cheat. You know, they say, oh, but you know, the electric vehicle is very bad because it has more emissions during the production. True. But we are life cycle people. We look at the whole elephant, right? Not just one part. So yes, in production, normally the emissions from the greenhouse gas emissions from the battery vehicle or the electric vehicle are more than the conventional vehicle. But you see the slope of this black line is lower than the slope of this red line, which means at some point after driving a certain number of kilometers, the battery vehicle will become better than the than the conventional vehicle. Of course, it depends on what is the electricity mix. Yeah. So if you have an electricity mix that is very green one with lots of renewable energy, etc., then you'll be in this green line, and your break-even point will come much faster. So much at a very short distance, already your electric vehicle will become better than your conventional vehicle. But if your electricity is produced from coal, for example, then you have this blue line over here. And there you see, you are never breaking even. So it may be. So if somebody asks you, is electric vehicle better than the diesel vehicle or gasoline vehicle? The answer is it depends. And a lot of times in a lot of cases for when we do life cycle assessments, the answer comes out as it depends, because there are many conditions that need to be satisfied. Are biofuels good for the environment? It depends. And we will see examples of that. Yeah. So sorry, the policymakers usually don't like this kind of answer. They want yes or no. But life is complicated. And as scientists, we try to define the complication in a way that is understandable. Yeah. But we have to live with the uncertainties. Yeah. But it's important to recognize them. So now yesterday, Pat Nugroho, he presented about electric vehicles cars. I'm presenting a study on buses. We did some study of motorcycles as well. Today, I'm talking about buses. So we did this study for Bangkok, Thailand. So we compared electric buses with diesel buses and compressed natural gas buses. Okay. And we used, actually we did midpoints also, but I'm showing the endpoints because it's more easy to have a single value like this. So you see that here the electric buses are doing better than the other two buses in all three categories: damage to human health, damage to ecosystem, as well as the resource depletion. So when you look at the production phase, the yellow bar, there you see that the electric buses are higher than the compressed natural gas buses as well as the diesel buses. But in the use phase, that's where we gain, because the emissions for the compressed natural gas buses and the diesel buses are higher. So overall, the electric buses are performing better. Of course, this is for one specific electric mix. But what happens if we change the electricity grid mix? So we did a kind of sensitivity analysis for that. And there you see that we use various kinds of percentages for the renewables. So currently our renewables is about 8%, but then we tried with 25% and 40%. Of course, if we increase the renewables, the electric buses are going to get better, right? But we said, okay, what if we don't use renewables? That is 0%. No renewables in the electricity mix. But even then, you see the electric buses are better than the conventional CNG buses, the compressed natural gas buses, and the diesel buses. So we have a happy ending over here. So I think Bangkok is now going very much forward to replace all the public transportation of the electric with electric buses. So that, I think, is our study at least has shown that it's a good idea. So for once, it's not maybe. Yeah, it is a good idea, I think, to go for that. I think we are doing some studies on cars also, but the results will come out later. So now, when we look at the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, you see, a lot of times we believe that renewable energy has zero greenhouse gas emissions, but that's not true. That's simply not true. When I remember about 20 years ago, I presented some such results to our policymakers, to the Ministry of Energy, and they were very angry. Of course, we know that solar energy is zero greenhouse gas emissions. I said, no, not from a life cycle perspective. And they did not like the answer, but this is just a fact. But what I'm trying to say here is, I don't mean that solar energy is bad. It is much, much better than conventional energy, okay? But it's not zero. That's all I'm saying. It's not zero. Let's see. So I will show you some studies that we have done over the last 20 years from fossil fuels. So I'll take the example of natural gas. I think Sagisaka Sensei was involved in this study. He may not remember anymore, but because it was 14 years ago or something like that. So he might have forgotten. So, but he was involved in this study. And then we have mini hydropower, biomass. I will just take one example of rice straw. We have done many biomass, different types. Solar PV, monocrystalline, wind, and biofuels. Okay. So, and I will show you some the results for that. Now, so for electricity production from natural gas, so we have all these parts of the life cycle. I'm not going into the details, okay, but you have the extraction of natural gas, separation, natural gas production, and then burning it in the power plant, and your wastewater treatment and air pollution treatment, etc. All these things have to be considered. Okay. And in Thailand, actually, the power plant that we studied at Bang Pakong, they have also a little bit of crude oil usage over there when we are short of natural gas occasionally. Then they were, at least this study was done in 2008. Okay. It's a long time back, but okay, doesn't matter. So some crude oil was also used when we have some shortage. Yeah. Yeah. Normally we were buying a lot from Myanmar, I think, the natural gas. And Thailand also has reserves of natural gas. Yeah. Okay. So the results are something like this. So we have two kinds of plants over there: thermal plants and combined cycle plants. Okay. So you can see that even though if we look at only the power plant, that's this blue line or grayish blue line, that is the biggest contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions. But even the upstream, which is the extraction and production, etc., that also has emissions. It's not zero. It's about 10%. Yeah, so it's substantial. Anyway, so we are not going to the details, but I'm presenting the results in terms of kilograms of CO2 equivalents per megawatt hour. What I would like you to remember over here is, let's look at a value of, let's say, about 600. Okay, it's between these two values. 600 kilogram CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour. So I request you for the next 5 to 10 minutes, remember this value of 600. because we will use it as a benchmark, as a reference. Okay. Now, let's look at mini hydropower plants. We have in the north of Thailand, we have many mini hydropower plants. These are run-of-river type power plants that don't require a dam. Okay, you just have, because of the fast-flowing rivers in the mountainous regions, we can put in turbines and generate electricity. We don't need to ponding. You don't have ponding by putting dams, which is for the large hydropower projects, which have kind of many other impacts related to displacing people and methane emissions from cutting down the areas for flooding them and so on. Those impacts are not there. So relatively, normally when we talk about renewable energy, large hydropower plants are not included as renewable energy, but mini hydropower plants are included as renewable energy. Okay. So so then you have all these things in the life cycle of the construction and so on. So that is why the impacts, the emissions from the power production from mini hydro are also not zero. They are not zero. Okay. How much are they? Okay. So we have these kind of things over here, and the total for this particular power plant, there is actually something at the bottom, but due to this zoom thing, we cannot see the answer. It's about 15 or 16, something like that, kilograms of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour. Yeah. So it is not zero, but I asked you to remember one number, right? 600. As compared to 600, this is only 13 or 15 or 16, something like that, which is much, much low. Okay. So yeah, sometimes policymakers, they just want to hear the word zero. It's not zero, but it's very, very low. Okay. We did this study also. This also study was very old, so maybe the numbers look much better than when we did the study. This is also 10, 15 years old, the study. And here, okay, here we looked at the building integrated PV. Ajana Monra talked about that yesterday. She talked about many integrations. One of them was building integration. Yeah. So if you look at the building integrated one, and if we don't discount for the building integrated, then this is the value. If we account for it, then this is the value. Okay. And then we looked at solar cells manufactured in Germany, Japan, China, and Thailand. Okay. China was the biggest one at that time because we were importing everything from China. I think now in Thailand also we are manufacturing. And if I'll just focus on the building integrated one. So building integrated in the sense that, okay, some part of the roof will be partly replaced by the solar panels. So we will get some credits for not having to produce the roof. And you have the solar panels. So that's why the values are lower. So here also, again, once you see that they are not zero, but the value is like between 80 to 140 something, 130 something like that. Remember again, 600 as compared to 600, this is much lower. And especially China has higher values simply because a lot of coal is used in the power production. But if you look at Germany, yeah, or Japan, is much lower. Yeah. So when you have more renewables, etc., in the mix, then things are different. Of course, in Japan now, I think the mix has changed since 15 years ago after Fukushima and the rest of it. But okay, this is the story. So once again, we see that the renewable energy is not zero, but it is much lower than the natural gas. Natural gas is already much better than coal. Natural gas, I said, is around 600 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour, right? Coal is more than 1,000. So yeah, we didn't pick the worst one yet. Now I will show you an example of wind turbines. Okay, so here again, you have to manufacture the various parts of the wind turbine. You have to turbine assemblies, the inverter, you have to manufacture the battery and so on. You have transportation. All these things need to be considered. Then, okay, I'm not going into the details, but the final result is around 40 to 160 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent per megawatt hour. Again, not zero, but much lower than 600. That was for the natural gas power plants. Okay. And of course, we can improve that. But of course, here we are looking at only greenhouse gas emissions. But if you look, there are with wind power, there are other issues like, for example, the use of rare materials, rare metals, etc. So that is, okay, different issues that are quite important and need to be considered as well. Okay, because rare earth metals are very not so common. They're rare, as the name suggests. And so there are issues with that when mining them and the supply chain, etc. Yeah. We looked at rice straw. Okay, for the rice straw, we didn't consider upstream. We considered rice straw as a waste product of the paddy production. So there we had an emission of 28 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent per megawatt hour. Once again, not zero, but much lower than the natural gas, which is 600. Yeah. So that was the story. Now, why do we consider biofuels green? We talked about carbon neutrality yesterday. What is this issue of carbon neutrality? Now, I'm missing my animation, but anyway, without animation, let me try to explain to you. When we grow the biomass, we take up carbon dioxide in the photosynthesis. That carbon dioxide, the inorganic carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, gets trapped as carbon, carbohydrates, sugar, etc., inside the biomass. And that carbon gets released as carbon dioxide when we burn the biomass. That is why you talk about carbon neutral. Yeah, that is why you say carbon neutral, right? Because this gets balanced by this. However, we are life cycle people. We look at the whole elephant. So we cannot say just, okay, let's look at the carbon dioxide trapped by the photosynthesis and the carbon dioxide released when we burn the biofuels. There are other things. We need to consider them. So for example, when you grow the biomass, then you have to apply fertilizers, you have to apply water. Those fertilizers need to be manufactured, especially nitrogen fertilizers are quite energy intensive. So they have, and they produce from fossil fuels. Okay, so you have a lot of emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, even when you manufacture the fertilizer. When you apply nitrogen fertilizers for cultivation, you have emissions of nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide is a very strong greenhouse gas. It is almost 300 times as strong as carbon dioxide. So even small release of nitrous oxide can have quite big implications on the greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah, so all that is there. Then you have, of course, the harvesting, the conversion, the distribution, etc. All this will use fossil fuels and so on. So you will have emissions. So then you do have actually net emissions of carbon dioxide. I've mentioned this as carbon dioxide equivalent CO2e, just to kind of emphasize that it's not only carbon dioxide, there are other greenhouse gases as well. Okay. And then before, if you go one step before this, before the biomass production, you have land use change. Okay. So if you convert forest land, for example, to biomass, to agriculture for the purpose of producing biofuels, then you have a big problem. Okay. Because the forest is a very big carbon sink. It's a carbon stock. In the soil, there is a very big carbon stock. And when you disturb that soil, somebody yesterday talked about peatlands. Yeah. It was maybe, yeah, our colleague from Brunei. She talked about peatlands. So even for forest land, that it's a very big carbon stock. And when you disturb that land, that carbon gets released as carbon dioxide. And that release is so large that whatever benefits that you were planning to get from your biofuels, you have lost it right away, right at the beginning, when you converted the forest land. So this is something we have to take care. So that's why I'm saying we don't have a clean sheet, no blank check. Yeah. No carte blanche. You have to see the conditions and maintain the conditions if you want to maintain the advantages of the greenhouse gas reductions or whatever else that you want to talk about. So now I'll just give you some quickly some examples of our studies from Thailand. So we did ethanol. In Thailand, we produce ethanol from cassava and from molasses. A little bit we also produce from sugarcane juice, but that's small amount. So now, if we don't have land use change for cassava, okay, before we go to that, I want you to focus this on the axis we are plotting grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule of ethanol. And this red dotted line is kind of a comparison, a baseline for gasoline. Gasoline is 90 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule. So if our biofuel is producing less than 90, we are doing better. If it's producing more than 90, we are doing worse. Okay. So now, if you don't look at land use change, and then we look at cassava ethanol, we have 27 to 91. So there's a range because of different conditions, what kind of biomass we are using, how much we are using, what is the efficiency. There are many variations. So we have a kind of a range of results. So you have 27 to 91. So you see, without land use change, we can be better than 90. But if you change even grassland, not forest, just grassland, if you change to crop, already you are kind of not doing so well. So you have to be very careful. Because the thing with ethanol is that apart from the cultivation itself, then you also have the ethanol production. When you produce ethanol, it has a lot of water, and that water has to be removed. And ethanol and water, they love each other. They're very good friends. They're lovers. Very difficult to separate them. You see? So when you want to separate the water out of the ethanol, you have to use a lot of energy. About up to 95% purity of ethanol, we can do by distillation, which is already energy intensive. But that remaining 5% is also too much when you want to use the ethanol for fuel, when you want to mix it with gasoline. So to remove that up to 99.5 or 99.6% ethanol, we need to do dehydration. After distillation, we need to dehydration. We use molecular sieve, etc., which is again very energy intensive. So if we use fossil fuels in that, which happens in case of cassava, for sugarcane, which we'll talk about just in 2 minutes from now, we have bagasse, etc., which is again biomass based thing. So even though we use higher energy, we still have the advantage of that. But for the cassava, unless we use some bio-based thing, and if you use coal or something, then we are doing very bad. And then we are going to have problem, you see. Yeah. But then if you convert forest land to cassava, where are we? Much higher than 90. No chance that you will able to compete. Yeah. If you look at molasses, once again, without land use change, we are doing okay. But if we convert grassland to cropland, difficult. And if you convert forest to crop, no chance. You see? So we are talking about biofuels being green, but you see, this is the result. And then the policymaker normally very unhappy with us when we present something like this. But we are scientists, right? We have to tell the truth. Unpleasant sometimes. Or as I say, the inconvenient truth sometimes. If you look at palm is a better story over here because palm is a tree and it can take a lot of carbon. It's growing because, you know, cassava, sugarcane, etc., annual crops. So you harvest them quite frequently. Okay, sugarcane, you have the ratoons, so you can plant one time and use it for 3 times or something like this before you replant. But cassava, you plant every year. Yeah. But for the palm, once you plant it, you're going to let it grow for 25 years or so. It actually can grow much more, but okay, then we cut it off at around 25 to 30 years, we cut it out because then it gets too old and it gets too tall, etc., etc. So here, when you look at palm, you see when we don't have land use change, we here the diesel baseline for gasoline it was 90, right? For diesel, it is 85 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule. Yeah. So if you look at this, it's much lower than 85. So good. If we are converting rubber to oil palm, so now we have land use change. Yeah. Still we are doing good. Cassava to oil palm, we are doing very good. Yeah. Why? Because the annual crops have very less carbon stock. But when you replace it with a tree, which is palm, the carbon stock increases, which is why you get benefits from there. Yeah. So you do much better. But if you convert forest land, no chance. No chance you'll do good. Okay. And I'm not even talking about peatlands yet. Peatlands is even worse than that because they have even more carbon inside. So this is something that you have to be careful about. So once again, the story is not that just like for electric vehicles, electric vehicles are not bad for the environment, but they are good under certain conditions. So similarly, biofuels are also good under certain conditions. It's important to recognize that and maintain that so that we can maintain the benefits. I think Ajahn Thapat will talk much more about that. I'm sorry, I'm stealing some of your your points, but because it was energy, so I talked about energy stuff more today. Yeah, once again, I'm missing my animation, but never mind. So here, what we are seeing is, okay, what I want to point in this particular slide, the important thing I want to mention is now we are comparing 4 things over here. Diesel, that is the purple line over here is diesel. And then these other 3, the blue is FAME. FAME is fatty acid methyl ester, which is just the scientific name for biodiesel. Fatty acid methyl ester. Okay. So it's biodiesel. And then we have HFAME, which is hydrogenated fatty acid methyl ester, which is a bit more advanced biofuel. Because, you know, when you mix biofuel with the conventional fuel, there are some limits. The automakers, the car makers, they say that, you know, our car, you cannot put higher blend than this. Otherwise, like for example, for ethanol, you can put 10%. Easily, you can mix 10% of ethanol with 90% gasoline, no problem. You don't need to change the car engine. But for 20%, some modifications are required. Of course, the new cars, now 20% is common. You can mix. But for example, if you want to put 85% ethanol and 15% gasoline. For that, you cannot put in the conventional cars. You need flex fuel vehicles. They are specially designed to handle this. Otherwise, you cannot operate your car. You'll have problem, right? So there are limits. So for biodiesel, normally they say the limit is around 10 to 20% biodiesel you can mix. You cannot go higher than that. Otherwise, the car makers say we don't take any guarantee for if you mix more than that, because our cars are not, our engine is not compatible. Okay, you have problems with rubber linings and this and that and so on. So, but advanced fuels like HFAME or BHD, which is biohydrogenated diesel, these you can mix in higher blends. So that is the advantage of that. Okay, so they are even more advanced than biodiesel. Okay, so but coming back to our story, first let us focus on two things, which is one is global warming and one is fossil resource scarcity. These are in the red lines, the red boxes over here. Why I'm focusing on these two is because when policymakers are usually making decisions, usually they focus on greenhouse gas emissions and fossil fuel use, energy security, right? So when you look at these two, you look at the purple line, it's far, far bigger than the other three. So that means the diesel is much, much worse than the biofuels, or to put it more positively, the biofuels are much, much better than the diesel. So if the decision maker sees these results that, oh, we are making very big advantage for greenhouse gas emissions, and we are making very big advantage for fossil fuel reduction. Great, let's go ahead with the biofuels. However, because biofuels are agriculture based, there are impacts that are specific to agriculture, which we have not considered when we talked about only global warming and fossil resource depletion. What are these impacts? Like acidification, eutrophication, toxicity because we use pesticides, etc., land use. So when you look at these impacts, you see the purple line. It is much, much smaller. It is much smaller than the biofuels. So if we look only for greenhouse gas emission reduction and fossil fuel reduction, we will make a decision that is a bit dangerous. Because for the other impacts, we didn't look at them, we didn't consider them, so we didn't see them. We didn't see the whole elephant. So then we will actually have problems over here, which we did not notice because we didn't care about it. We didn't see it. So the point is we need to see it. Once again, my message over here is not that biofuels are bad for the environment, but if we want them to be good, then we have to also look at these impacts and make sure that we do things that can reduce these impacts so that we can maintain the benefit of the biofuels. Yeah, the whole elephant. We have to look at the whole elephant. Okay. So first of all, we look at the entire life cycle of the biofuel, starting from land use change and cultivation and conversion and transportation and everything. And we look at multiple impact categories to make sure that we are not shifting our problem from one part of the life cycle to another part, or from one impact category to another impact category. I keep emphasizing this message again and again for 1.5 hours. Okay. So what are the key takeaways? Yeah. The key takeaways are we cannot do without energy. We need energy. Okay. Yeah. It's part of life. But life cycle thinking is necessary to avoid problem shifting between life cycle stages, between impact categories, and actually between sustainability pillars as well. I did not talk about sustainability pillars. I talked only about environment, life cycle assessment, but there are also economic impacts and social impacts. And while trying to improve environmental impacts, we should not create social impacts or economic impacts. That is also there. I'll talk a little bit about that towards the end. Yeah. But when we look at sustainability, we have to look at all of it together. And renewable energy is not emission free. Sorry. It's not emission free. But okay, but we saw from greenhouse gas emissions, etc., it is much better. Yeah. But again, there are conditions that we need to maintain for certain things, and it's important to recognize those conditions so that we don't lose the benefits that we actually intended to have. Energy efficiency, we talk a lot about energy efficiency, but energy, I did not talk today too much about energy. I did not talk about it at all. Actually, I can I would very much like to talk about energy efficiency, because we think that any energy efficiency is the solution. Well, energy efficiency is good, but it is not the final solution. Please be aware of this. I just want to pass this message, because there is something called rebound effects for energy efficiency. We have enough evidence from history to say that when we increase the efficiency, we actually reduce the amount of energy that we use, right? But from a sustainability perspective, when you look at the total amount of energy consumed, it increases. That's a paradox. Yeah, it's also called the Jevons paradox, because Jevons observed it for coal 200 years ago. That as we started to use coal more and more efficiently, instead of reducing the amount of coal that we use, we actually increase the amount of coal that we use. The reason for that is because when we use it efficiently, we started to use more of it because it became cheaper and we had more applications. And so ultimately we increase. It's like saying that I improve the fuel efficiency of my car, but then I drive longer distances because fuel is cheap. So ultimately I increase the amount of emissions, right? Even though per kilometer I've reduced the emissions. So this is very important. So energy efficiency also, we have to be careful. It is not a final solution. It's desirable. We must have it, but it is not a final solution. For that, sustainable consumption is very important. We need to consume sustainably. If we are going to say that we will not change our lifestyle and we will try to find every solution from technology, we will not succeed because of the rebound effects. We will overshoot. So along with all the technology development that we do, you can use electric vehicles, you can do what you want, but sustainable consumption is important. Otherwise, we will not succeed. So this is again another life cycle thing. It's a very interesting topic, but for today, I have a mandate and I have limited time. So maybe some other days we will talk about that as well. Okay. So what are the applications of life cycle assessment? So life cycle assessment, one of the key applications is product development and improvement. Here, I would just like to tell you a little bit story about life cycle assessment. Life cycle assessment as a tool for environmental assessment was not, initially, it was not developed by environmental scientists or environmental engineers. Life cycle assessment was initially developed by production engineers as a tool for eco-design. Production engineers, when they were designing their products, they wanted to have environmental concerns included in the design of the products. And they started to look for ways. And that came the key ideas. At that time, it was called, in the late 1960s and early 1970s, it was called REPA, Resource and Environmental Profile Analysis. Then later on, as the methods got more sophisticated, then it became life cycle assessment. Okay. And then, of course, environmental engineers and environmental scientists came into the picture because they developed methodologies, scientific methodology. Because before they only looked at amount of resources used, amount of emissions, and that's it. What we now call inventory. But at that time, they called that as the assessment. But now we call that inventory. And then we have another step where we translate the inventory into assessment, into impacts. Yeah. So product development and improvement. So eco-design, stuff like that. That is one of the key applications of life cycle assessment. Another is for strategic planning. Yeah. So when we make policies, etc., or when companies make their planning for, okay, I want to reduce this much. They set targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, for reducing energy consumption, etc. There also life cycle assessment is used. Public policy making. Okay. So yeah. In strategic environmental assessment, etc., life cycle assessment is used as the analytical tool. Strategic environmental assessment is the procedural tool, and within that, we use life cycle assessment as the analytical tool to support the calculations. It's a scientific method, right? And then it's used for marketing, etc. Yeah, we use carbon footprint, like carbon labels, and this label, and that label, and eco label, and so there also life cycle assessment is used, and there are other applications as well. Okay. So these are some of the applications. So LCA, when we use it for decision making, who are the decision makers? It can be companies or industry. They can be the decision makers. It can be the government or policy makers. It can be the consumers. So there are so many different levels of decision makers. Yeah. So when a company are the producers, they are making decisions. So they use life cycle assessment for product improvement, for marketing, and so on. Government and policy makers, they use life cycle assessment for strategic planning, for making policies, etc. Yeah. And consumers, they will use it for selecting environmentally preferable products. using eco labels, etc. I'm concerned for the environment. So I will buy a product that has an eco label, that has an energy label, something like that. So they use the results of life cycle assessment for that, because they cannot go and do the assessment by themselves. It's not, possible. But there are others, experts who will do that, and then will be verified by third parties, so that then the consumers can trust that, okay, this number is written, so I can trust it, that, oh, this label is there, so I can trust it, that, okay, it must be better for the environment than other products that don't have that label. And the benefits of using life cycle approach, we have said many times, okay, understanding trade-offs between life cycle phases and multiple impact categories, as well as to find ways to reduce the impacts and to meet regulatory standards. Yeah, so these are some. Then, how has LCA been used by policymakers? So just some examples. Okay, in the EU, the European Union, they have the integrated product policy. So there, for many years now, they have, as part of their policy, improve the environmental performance of product systems through addressing the whole life cycle of a product. Is there written in policy? They have to do it. I think Indonesia has some good example to share. I think their government has also made life cycle assessment kind of almost mandatory, if I remember correctly, for many companies, etc. Yeah. And then for green purchasing plan, etc., GPP. So Japan, Thailand, many other countries actually, they have this GPP. So that then, government, etc. Governments are very big buyers. Yeah? So if they say that I will buy only eco-label products, if the government says I will buy only eco-label products, then the producers want to produce eco-label products because government is a big buyer. They don't want to lose the market, right? So that is another thing. So purchase of goods and services that minimize environmental impacts and includes the purchase of goods that have a lesser or reduced effect on human health and environment when compared with competing products that serve the same purpose. And related to that is also this eco-labeling. Yeah. So, and how has life cycle assessment been used by industry? So it has been used for communication. Okay, industry like to communicate. They have the sustainability reports, etc. It's very common to use sustainability reports. So in marketing, environmental reporting, sustainability reports, so on. For analyzing their own products, for improving their products, for product comparisons, when you want to compare alternative products, configurations, then you can use lifecycle assessment. It is used very often for that. It's a very good tool for that. So for product development and improvement, for analysis of their own business and process optimization, identification of cleaner technology, etc. So even in cleaner technologies, you may have more than one option. Then you can use lifecycle assessment to compare between the options to see which one to go for. Yeah, so you can optimize over there. For environmental management, strategic planning, when I want to make for the company, I want to make plans. I want to reduce 10% of my greenhouse gas emissions. How do I do that? I need to do life cycle assessment, right? For development of environmental performance indicators, yeah, benchmarking, for life cycle cost accounting, and so on. As the design tool, it's there at the bottom, but no, you can't see it. It's been hidden by Zoom. And the advantages of life cycle thinking, it prevents problem shifting to other life cycle stages, to other environmental problems, to sustainability pillars, to other countries. This is also very important. So for example, a country like Singapore, sorry, they're not here today, but so I can talk about them. No, it's not like that. So you see, the per capita emissions, greenhouse gas emissions of Singapore may be much lower than Thailand. One of the reasons, there are many reasons, but one of the reasons for that is because Singapore does not produce much in terms of agriculture, etc. But Thailand, we are big producers of rice. Rice has very high greenhouse gas emissions because of methane emissions from the standing water in the fields, etc. Nitrous oxide emissions from the fertilizer and so on. So, and we have many heavy industries in Thailand, yeah, aluminium, steel, etc., which are using a lot of energy. So we produce a lot of emissions. So our per capita emissions from the point of view of production emissions are high because we are producers. But Singapore is a service-based economy. They provide services. So, but they also eat rice, but they don't produce rice. So should they get the burden of the rice that is produced for them to eat, even though it is produced in Thailand or some other country? Yeah. So similarly, you can talk about palm oil or anything else. Yeah. So this kind of discussion is very important. So whether you want to use production-based emissions or consumption-based emissions, yeah, so important. So when you do national inventories, you use production-based emissions. But from the fairness point of view, when you want to talk about reducing per capita emissions, you should use consumption-based emissions, right? Because that's fair, what you consume. Otherwise, you consume a lot, but just because you didn't produce it, somebody else is getting the burden of the emissions, which is kind of not fair, right? So life cycle thinking prevents that kind of thing. And life cycle thinking prevents the transfer of problems to future generations. Somebody's thing keeps popping up, but doesn't matter. So future generations. So when we look at a life cycle and life cycle impacts, we are not looking only at the emissions that are happening today. When you look at the product life cycle, for example, if you look at the life cycle assessment of a car, the production emissions happen today, yeah, because we are producing the car today. But then we are going to use the car for 10, 15, 20 years. So the use phase emissions are going to occur over a period of 15 or 20 years. And the end of life emissions are going to happen after 20 years. So it's not, so we are looking also at future. So when we do life cycle assessment, we are not only saying, okay, I will only consider the emission that happened today. I don't care what happens 20 years from now. No, we will. So that is why we are, in that sense, life cycle thinking prevents the shifting of problems to future generations. So it's not like, I don't care what happens in the future. I'm only caring about today. So I'll just try to minimize the emissions today, but not about the future. That's not the way. So end of life will occur 20 years or 30 years from now. And when you put something into a landfill, it'll stay there for 100 years and there'll be emissions. We will still consider that. That is sustainability, real sustainability, what we call strong sustainability. Yeah. So we just don't push our problems into the future and say, oh, no. Sustainability is about maintaining the earth as it is for future generations as well. Yeah. So that's why life cycle thinking is again important for that. So some of the strengths and weaknesses of life cycle assessment. Okay. One is a life cycle perspective, which we have emphasized many times today, prevents problem shifting. Then broad range of environmental issues are covered. So we prevent problem shifting between environmental issues. It is based on science. So it's a scientific based thing and it's a best estimate principle and it's good for comparative assessments. Okay. Very, very good. It's designed for that and it does a very good job with that. Some of the weaknesses that are marked in red over here, comprehensiveness leads to simplification and generalization. So what was also advantage sometimes also becomes disadvantage because emissions, life cycles are global. So some emissions are occurring in China, some emissions occurring in Thailand, some emissions are occurring in the United States or Australia, depending on where is the product life cycle. So if you look at an aluminum can, so aluminum can may be produced in Thailand, but in Thailand, we don't have much bauxite. So the bauxite may be coming from Indonesia or from Australia. So those emissions are occurring there, but we are adding everything together. So it's kind of a generalization. That is, and in terms of time also, like I just mentioned that, we are adding up everything over time. Some people disagree with that. They say, no, but something that happened in the future, we should discount it like you have in economic, right? In economics, you account for inflation or the reducing value of money, right? You call the net present value, something like this. So some people, especially economists, they argue that even for carbon dioxide emission, I should give more weight to the carbon dioxide emission that occurs today than that which occurs 20 years from now. So I should use some kind of discounting principle, etc. Okay, this is a discussion method, but we don't do that in terms of strong sustainability. We said that no, carbon dioxide is carbon dioxide, whether we emit it today or 10 or 20 years from now. Okay, stuff like that. So this kind of there is simplification and generalization in that sense. Of course, the newer methods are now talking about regionalized impacts. Yes, very important, but we already, collapsing under data requirements. That will require even more data, more granular data. Yeah, but okay, it is there. We are trying to. Then there is this best estimate principle. So we are looking at, when you look at a car, we talk about the car, like the general life cycle of the car. We are not looking at what happens if there is an accident. That is not usually included in life cycle assessments. Okay, these kind of things. What if there is an oil spill? That is not part of life cycle assessment. That would be risk assessment or something like that. So, okay, that is not there. So this is one of the weaknesses, you can say. One-time incidents such as nuclear accidents are not included. And the other thing is it is not absolute. It is life cycle assessment is somehow always a comparison. Either you compare one product with another product, or you compare one product with itself. Because when you do product improvement, you're saying, this is my baseline. Now I have changed something inside the product. Now the emission has become here. So I'm comparing. Somehow I'm comparing. But just by doing a life cycle assessment, I cannot tell if this product is sustainable or not. If I do a life cycle assessment of this bottle, I can get the value of carbon, greenhouse gas emission or global warming potential, acidification potential, etc. But from that value, I am not able to say, is this product sustainable? I can't answer that. So in that sense, life cycle assessment is absolute. But nowadays, there are methods being developed even to linking life cycle assessment to the planetary boundaries to kind of come up with absolute values, but it's a work in progress, okay? There are many researchers, including one of my own PhD students, they're working on this absolute life sustainability so that we can come up, we can actually say that just by doing a life cycle assessment, whether this product is sustainable or not, something like that, okay? So this is one of the weaknesses or limitations of life cycle assessment. So as I mentioned, okay, there are sustainability tools. So you have, okay, economy, society, and environment. So just for environment, you have life cycle assessment. Like that, you have for economy, you have life cycle costing. For society, you have social life cycle assessment. Someday when we have more time, we can discuss these tools as well. They are very interesting tools. They are also life cycle based tools. Yeah, but for other legs of sustainability. Yeah. So at the big base, we have life cycle thinking. One step above, we have single impacts like carbon footprint or water footprint. Above that, we have the entire environmental footprint or life cycle assessment with multiple impacts. Then we try to compare environmental impacts with economic impacts, and then we have resource efficiency and eco-efficiency and so on. And then we have at the top of the pyramid, we have life cycle sustainability assessment, where we look at environment, society, and economics, and life cycle based tools for that, and then combine to look at the overall picture. So that's about it. There are many software. Okay, I will not go into that. I think we should leave some time for question and answers. I don't want to. Yeah. So I hope the talk was useful. If you have questions, I can already see Panugroho is ready to. He will get the last chance, I think, because yesterday he asked many questions already.
Yeah, thank you. Very good morning, Professor. Thank you. Just a quick question. You know, most of us using the database for foreign's somewhere there, Western database for doing the LCA life cycle impact assessment. We don't have in ASEAN, in each of us, we don't have the such kind of the database. How do you think about that? What we can do after we conduct these activities, this workshop? Can we work together to develop our ASEAN database? That's the first. And then the second, I think you know that some of the methodologies available in the life cycle methodology. So and we know that most of the database they have some of the database they have the weightings factors for location, geographical location. How do you think about for the Asian, because we don't have such kind of the weighting factor as well? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. They're very important, but if I answer them, then what discussion will we have in the afternoon? And I will answer partly. Okay, I'll answer partly. Otherwise, Jiti Sang will be upset with me and Tahara Sang will be upset with me. Because then I already answered. Then he said, I won't make presentation anymore. Let's go for lunch. So the thing is like this. Yes, database we need. So you know, there are internationally, there are databases such as EcoInvent, etc., which are very popular. So we at the ASEAN level, of course, we need to develop that. For Thailand, thanks to MTech, especially, and not MTech anymore, TIIS, but it was MTech at the time when we initiated the activity in 2007, right? So around 2007. So we started to build. So that is the only way. Get collaboration from I think Japan has a very good experience. They have collaborated with the industrial associations to build up their, what we call the background databases, so that that can facilitate life cycle assessment. When you don't have that, for a start, you can tweak existing databases. So sometimes we call Japanization or Thailandization, something like that. So we look at sometimes when you don't have data for some data, then, so for example, steel manufacture, for example, if you don't have the data, suppose you try to look into the EcoInvent or whatever other databases and see the similar processes from other countries as compared to your country, and then maybe change the energy part, the electricity mix, etc., based on your country. So, I mean, the processes, steel manufacture in one country may not be very different from steel manufacture in another country. So in terms of the amount of energy that is used may not be different, or at least comparable. But the way the energy is produced may not be comparable, right? Because you have different mix. So that kind of things could be done as a start. Then we have economic input output. I think Dr. Ha can talk more about that. She has a lot of experience doing that. So we can use economic input output tables and then extend it to use that and convert that to environmental impacts, etc. So we can use input output tables and use that method also. To all countries, I think, have input output tables, and the economists, they produce them every 5 years or something like this. So that can be used as a proxy, and especially when you want second level and third level impact, so you can do that. And as far as impact assessment is concerned, now there are different views on that. A lot of times we said, oh, but this impact assessment methodology was developed in Europe or in the US, and then how can we use it? But then there are others, like, for example, the people who developed the CML methodology is very famous one of the earliest methodologies developed in the Netherlands. And I talked to the developers, and they said, no, our method is not for Europe. Yeah. It is for everybody, something like that. So, but when you talk about weighting, okay, these weighting are subjective things. So they depend on national priorities or whatever, depending on what priorities you want to use, you can change the weighting. So, but that, okay, we have to find out. I think Japan has very good experience to make weighting methods. I think maybe Tara-san or Sagita-sensei can share more about that, how they develop their weighting method, something like this. And when you talk about regionalization, I think there are many methods that are already regional. So I think LIME has some regional, Asian and even world regionalization, right? I think Tara-san may tell you more about that. And in Thailand, we are now developing a regionalized method of our own. Okay, so it is under development. I think MTech has, I keep saying MTech, sorry. TIIS is stuck in my, for so many years we said MTech, so now we say MTech. So TIIS, or okay, I call it NASDA. So just to, so they are also developing things. So there are some things going on, and I think all of our countries can also go to that step where we look at, because I mean, if you talk about global warming or ozone depletion, etc., these are global impacts. You produce 1 kilogram of CO2 here or in the USA, the effect on global warming is same. But okay, if you look at more regional or local impacts like water or toxicity, then maybe for some things you want to develop local characterization factors as well. So that's something we can think about and we can discuss and do.
So Japanese life cycle impact assessment is in LIME. So Professor Itsubo is my colleague and my friend. So he developed in the methodology. So they have a version 3. So version 3 is covered in every country. So not so every country in the world. So some country is so the weighting factor is there is so many thinking different in the country by country. So then is they questionnaire to the local person, and then they establish the global level of the impact assessment. So Shabia-san is already said it's there is a local type of environmental issue. So for example, is acidification or nitrification. So there is also how to say in Japanese have such kind of model. So for the nutrition, so but it's just only the Japanese case. So how to expand it in the southern and the eastern, the southern in Asian countries? So different soil, they have a different situation, different temperature. So then is how to accept it, such kind of the differences. So then is you maybe your country have to consider about it, how to estimate to the so many kind of the environmental issues. So each by each country. So sometimes it's the same, or sometimes it's different, I think. So and then in my sense is so in the impact assessment side is I'm not so familiar with. So Dr. Itsubo is a specialist. He is my friend in the same age. So yes, so then is my boss is said 2%, okay, a life cycle assessment person, only just 2%, not 1%. So at that time is I will try to I'm his impact assessment I'm an inventory inventory database. So inventory data is so of course Shabia-san is also said is a different situation, almost the same. It's a globalization and a localization in the so and then if you want to how to say in the eco-friendly production in your own country is for example in the Indonesian's production is a more eco-friendly. So then you have to make your developing your database. So that is a very important things. So I'm very happy. And I want to more something. So, but I'm stopping the talk. Thank you.
We have time for discussion. Especially, and I think we have a question from the.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
All right, thank you. It's a very interesting topic, Professor. It's a very good eye opener because, as I mentioned, I'm dealing with peatland. So, does it when we deal with this algorithm or whatever you call it, does it need to have a database or a unit to quantify things? You know, because for example, like when I talk about peatland and we look into improvement, like for example, conservation of the destructible peatland. I don't have values to it, you know. Like how do I quantify it? How do I make it believable? As you said, everyone will look into numbers. But in this context, how do I prove that? You know, when we do this, this is the result. When we do this, because sometimes in the life cycle, there is no one monitoring the numbers. So is there any other route rather than looking at that? You know, the unit you're talking about, the DALY, you know, all those things. Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't know specifically which aspect of peatland you mean. I'm not a deep expert on that, but always it's a science-based method. So we always look for quantification, as you said, and of course, quantification means that there has to be units. So for example, I will not answer directly for peatland, but let's say for plastic pollution. So, you know, when you compare just plastics in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and you see plastics actually better than bioplastics in many cases. But the problem sometimes, or even when you recycle plastics, then it turns out to be better. So, but there are other problems of plastics, for example, the formation of microplastics when they go into the ocean environment or something like this. We don't have the quantification of that yet. There are a lot of researchers who are working on it presently. Even my own lab is working on it to find these characterization factors and to quantify so that we can enumerate how much is the impact. So usually we focus on that. Yes, we try to find.
So is it okay to actually just identify the factors first? Because as mentioned, to come up with the database, it will be, you know, years to come. So if we identify the factors that can actually contribute to the whole life cycle, will that be sufficient for us to convince these policymakers that this is what we're supposed to be going, and then that will convince them to actually assist us, and then we can be able to quantify things? Because if we do things, quantify, and at the end of the day, it doesn't contribute, it's the same thing, right? It's a waste of effort at the same time. So I just want to see whether it's a chicken and egg thing, or, you know.
No, it's not chicken and egg in that sense. What you said is correct. And that is how we always start. When we want to do an impact assessment method. So for example, for water, when you want to do an impact assessment for water, water can have effect on resource depletion. Water can have effect on human health. Water can have impact on climate change. On ecosystem quality. So what we did is we found out the factors first. So that factors then contribute to the pathways that will lead from the inventory until the impact. So then we make a framework, and then we do the bits. There are different researchers working on bits and parts of the framework to find out the characterization factors for each pathway, so that then they can be integrated and then we can make it into a method. So that's how we always start. So.
I think we have please, please check the question from the chat box. Do we have how many questions? And please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Sabia, for your nice presentation. I have one question about life cycle. Yeah, because last night I explored around the closed market. Yep, I saw a lot of car in Thailand. And then your presentation about a life cycle, I really interested. And my question is that I want to know the electricity car. Maybe they have a battery inside the car, right? So after 10 or 20 years later, the battery will be getting older. So do you have something policy, or you research about how to manage the hazardous waste management for sustainable development as to reduce greenhouse gas emission also? I just wonder about that. Thank
Yeah,
you so
well,
much.
that's not only 20 years. I think the batteries will have to be replaced every 5 years or something. They don't even last that long. So yes, and that is a big issue, and we have to deal with that, the end of life. But Ajana Monrat also talked yesterday about solar PV, for example. So we promote PV, but the materials that we use for PV, yeah, they are quite energy intensive to start with, and then they have other effects when you have to dispose of them. So, and that is why, as I said, when we design a product, we look at the entire life cycle right since the beginning. So it's not an afterthought that, okay, let us just put the product into the market, and then 20 years later, we will think about what to do with it. So when we design a car, we also have to think about what to do with the next life of that. And as part of the circular economy, etc., this is also very important. So yes, the answer to what you're saying is yes, we have to think about it.
So it's mean now we don't think about it.
We are thinking about it. We are thinking about it. But you know, Rome was not built in a day. Rome was not built in one day. So it takes time.
So does in Thailand have a policy that related to the problem? Can you answer the question? In Thailand, do you know about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we are thinking about it. Yeah.
Oh, so okay.
We didn't solve every problem right since the beginning. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way in reality, no. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any problem.
Thank you so much.
I would like to thank you for your impressive presentation, and I have learned a lot today. And my question is about the LCA of the solar modules. Now, Thailand modules end up with the landfill. And what we need to concern if we reuse or recycling PV module, because I think it's gonna cause some negative impact also. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we have to start right since the design. So when we're designing it, how to make the module recyclable is something important, because you have so many layers, right? You are the expert, you know more than me about this, but there are so many layers. How easy is it to separate them? Can we minimize the amount of materials that we use, types of materials that we use? Can we use materials that are either recyclable or biodegradable? So these are the kind of things, these are the research topics that we need to, otherwise you're right. I mean, right now there are some recycling plants, I think in France and maybe some other countries, but in Thailand, we don't yet have them, as to my knowledge, but we need to do that. Otherwise, if we just put it in the landfill, then it's just going to be like the other waste, and it's going to be a huge problem for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really nice. Actually, I learned a lot from you then. First, I want to also agree with you about your answer about the PV panel. Actually, from our experience, that when the substance mixed together, that is very difficult to recycle them, even they are valuable. Otherwise, the cost you have to pay for recycling even much more than the benefit you get from the recycled materials. I have a question. I have a feeling that, for example, in the policy, when we talk about the carbon reduction, like a net zero reduction, and we recommend to change, for example, from solar to the solar power, for example, or let's say the electricity, does it take into account the whole life cycle of, I mean, the carbon footprint of the, for example, of the electricity when we say about the carbon reduction? Is there any regulation? For example, I want to prove that if I change 85% of all the vehicle in Vietnam into electricity to reduce a certain amount of carbon dioxide, so that amount of carbon dioxide is taken into account the whole life cycle?
Whole life cycle, yes.
Okay,
yes.
is that regulated in the policy? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you look at any of the methods, the standard methods that are used for carbon credit calculations, etc., they include the life cycle.
Okay, but in the PV, I mean, the solar system is not right. For example, the electricity and whole thing, you produce the PV panel. Does it take into account?
I think it should, but I don't know. Maybe Dr. Amonrat can clarify, but I think it should take into account the whole life cycle as far as I know.
Yeah, because like we should say that if it's moved to solar power, I have feeling it's just like direct
Zero.
emission. Yeah, it's just like direct
Okay.
emission. So I don't know
Mm,
how it's in policy. I mean,
mm.
later on, if all the country want to prove that they are net zero reduction, then how the calculation will be
Because
like?
in the EU, etc., they have what I call the integrated product policy, which I showed. They surely consider life cycle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And another question about the biofuel, that do you think it's important to take the land use, I mean, consequential land use change into account on?
If you are talking about indirect land use change, that has always been very controversial because it's very difficult to quantify. I mean, there are methods and everybody who makes their method thinks that this is the way to go forward, but still there is not really a grand consensus. I mean, 10 years ago, we had a lot of debate on this, but I don't know what happened to that debate finally.
Okay.
But there are some, like, for example, there is the CGE model, the computational general equilibrium model that is used. Some people use some other kind of economic models or partial equilibrium models, etc., to quantify the impacts of indirect land use change.
Okay.
But in principle, yes, it should be included. But in practice, also there are issues of, when you look at the whole, because when you're looking at kind of an input-output based system and you're looking at the whole world, it is sometimes difficult to establish a one-to-one correlation between who changed what and what changed as a consequence of that. But then we use this kind of equilibrium models to say that, okay, we look at the constraints, that the marginal change that occurs, and then we try to say that, okay, this is the way to quantify.
Okay, and the last question, yeah, is I understand that, so we are trying to do a regionalized database and also the regionalized methodology. But in your opinion, what will affect to your result more? I mean, what we should start first, the database, try to make it like regionalized, or the methodology?
Well, they go hand in hand, because your data requirements are governed by your methodology. What data you need, your method tells you this data I need. So I think it goes hand in hand. Sometimes in fact, we have seen that as we are developing methods, we don't have the data for it, and vice versa. So there we have this consistency problem. So normally it should kind of, in principle, go hand in hand.
Okay, so it's regionalized methodology is not like to produce a regionalized impact factor.
Yeah, also, yeah.
Okay.
So it does produce regional impact factor, but also if you don't have regionalized data, how do you feed into your method? Of course, it produces characterization factors, but are regional. So suppose, let me give you an example. So, for example, you have regionalized characterization factors. So I have the water stress factor for every province of Thailand, but I don't know how much water is used by every province of Thailand. So what's the point then? I need that data also, right, to multiply. So it kind of goes hand in hand. Yes.
Philippines, Dr. Angelo ค่ะ
Okay, so thank you very much for the talk. I was actually looking forward to this day because the topic is really focused on LCA. And then my knowledge to LCA is really superficial. The specifics, I'm not really, I can't comprehend yet. My question is about the negative emission. Um, like a while ago, I saw in the slide, the mini hydro plant, I saw a negative carbon emission. Why is it negative? I just can't grasp the aspect. It's attributed to recycling, but why? Yeah.
Because when we I mean, it's a very big topic that you've asked me, but to simplify it, when we recycle something, we say that we are saving virgin materials. That means that that material that would have been produced by virgin means, by extraction, etc., we have avoided it. So we give credit to that for avoiding the emissions that would have happened had we produced originally from virgin material. But now, because we are using recycled material, we didn't have to produce the original virgin material. So we are giving credits for that.
Okay, so it's due to like an award, so it's negative. Okay,
That's correct.
My second question is, I saw in your key takeaway that energy efficiency is desirable but not the final solution. So may I ask, what is the final solution in your
Sustainable consumption.
sustainable consumption?
We have to reduce our consumption. We have to consume sustainably. If we say that we are going to just have technology, so we have energy efficient technology, we have good technology, this and that, we will overshoot. As I gave you the example of the car. So we move from a less efficient car to a more efficient car. And we have solved the problem. Now we are more efficient. But because the car is more efficient, it's become cheaper to drive it. More people will use it. People will drive longer distances. It's like, you know, I live very close to the university simply because I've made that decision. I want to walk to school every day. But there are many people who take car as a given. Of course, I must have a car. So then they don't mind about living within a 2-kilometer radius of the university. They can live 50 kilometers away because I will drive anyway. I can go even further because the further I go, the more suburban I go, I can get a bigger house. I can have a nice garden. I'm living in a condominium, in an apartment, because I chose to live close to the university, right? So this kind of thinking, this sustainable consumption or the lifestyle is very important. Otherwise, we will overshoot. So we can keep increasing our efficiency, but you cannot have no emissions, right? It's thermodynamically impossible. You can't get something for nothing, right? It's against the principles of thermodynamics. So you have an activity, you will have an impact. And even if you try to reduce the impact, but you increase the number of activity, your impacts will increase overall. Even per unit, your impact may reduce. So that is why efficiency by itself is good, but it's not the final solution. We will have to reduce our consumption as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We have one question from the
Yes.
chat box, and
Yes.
please read the
Okay.
questions.
Question from Kun Juthamat ค่ะ Does concept of LCA applies in EIA or is it different ค่ะ
Well, EIA is a separate tool for assessment. EIA is more site specific. Okay, LCA does not care so much about the site. We look at the whole supply chain regardless of where it is. So, for example, if you want to assess a dam, I would say that it is better to do an EIA than an LCA. See, there are many tools for environmental assessment. There is EIA, there is LCA, there is risk assessment, and each tool has its sphere of influence. So we want to use those tools appropriately, depending on what it is that we want to answer. I hope I have been able to somehow address
Right.
the.
So thank you very much. I think we have all questions from the chat box, right?
Yes, all questions. So yeah, in case if you want to explain more, you can type right there in the chat box to answer.
Okay, well, I don't
directly.
have
Right.
my computer.
And I would like to mention that Professor Shabi mentioned here, he spent 45 hours experience LCA, and right now it's only 1.5 hours. So of course there are some information that's missing for sure, but he tried to try his best. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To Dr. Sabia, and thank you for your informative and fantastic presentation as always. So after this, we have break for 20 minutes, and the break located same as yesterday. So we'll be back in the room around 11 and 10. Okay, see you after break. Please enjoy having your coffee and tea and snack.
And the break is the same place, right?
Yes,
you
same
turn,
place. You turn right, not the opposite.
Turn right, please turn right.
I will think later, but you can use as much as you want. But I will think later to give her.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay ค่ะ Okay ค่ะ shall we start the next session? So for the next session, I would like to go into our next session that we will be hearing about carbon footprint and LCI database in Japan. So please welcome Tahara Sensei ค่ะ
Thank you. Very good introduction to me. So thank you for inviting me. It's a very good opportunity in this presentation. So my name is Kiyotaka Tahara. So from AIST, Japan. So I'm doing the today I have two topics in the carbon footprint and LCI database. Just only the 30 minutes, so I cannot say everything. So Xavier Sensei is also saying. So please briefly just briefly in the inventory data and carbon footprint in Japan. So okay, so I borrowed from the sample. Sample is a organization previously JAIF. So JAIF is a very famous organization in Japan. So but they are spin out this organization they established the sample is so. So that sample is how operate managing to the eco reef and the CFP is we have two kind of the labeling system. So one is a CFP. So I will focus on the CFP. So this next slide is a more good slide. Is our history. So history of the Japanese labeling program. So Eco Reef is there is an EPD program. So that is a whole life cycle assessment methodology. So for example, and of course in the week focus the program focused on the global warming and acidification and the nutrification. So many kind of the environmental issue. So the 2000 is almost over 20 years ago. So METI is our ministry is a ministry of the economy and trade and industry. So METI is producing the pilot project starting in the 2000. After that, is 2 years ago, 2 years later. So in the JAIF is promoted Eco Reef program. So that is only the 20 years history we have. So, and then the CFP program is started in the 2009. So before 1 year, so 2008, we have prepared to the carbon footprint pilot project. So then it's half of the years, so started in there. So that movement is from the UK. So UK is a supermarket. So they want to add the labeling so in the cookie or the not every, is several food products. So then is a supermarket person, is Japanese supermarket person in the go to the METI. So how to do that in Japanese government, how to do that. So then we start to the METI, and more is mean environmental, Ministry of Environment. This is agriculture and transport or something. So many ministry is together with 3 years pilot project. So LC person is joined to the, every LC person is joined to this project. Of course, I joined. So when I was young, so then there is we are discuss about so many things, how to set up the PCR. PCR is not testing in the COVID. We are PCR is a product category rule. So we have to do that. So in the beginning, so in the you already eat in the Japanese cracker. So Japanese cracker is a company is want to make want to add it to the CFP labeling. So but as a product category rule, the PCR is a very, how to say, very small covered in the product, just only the one product. So then there is a comparable is not good. So that's a starting. So why is that there is a negotiation in the Japanese rice cracker is a whole Japanese crackers rule is a very, very difficult to establish at that time. So we have to, they have to negotiate in the every company or something. That is a problem. So but there is so many PCR, but not so much good. So then after 2 years, so we have we have make a PCR is so widely. So there is a trial in the at the time. So then after 2 years, so started in the program in the private sectors. Its meaning is JAIF is promoting the CFP program. So and then the JAIF is changing the program is Eco Reef and SFP in together. So in just now is we sample is producing this kind of data. So there is a figure is a trend of the previous CFP legislation is this is increased in the number of the products. There is a calculated just now is this kind of the data. So unfortunately, I wanted to samples person, but as a she just now is a summer vacation, so nobody do that. So no, and how to say in the improvement in the date. So that is a increase in the number of the labeling test. So this is the current situation of the CFP. CFP is a printer is the famous printer company is a Canon. So they stop make a labeling, and then this one is a B2B product. So I'm not sure. So the creating in the single stock in the drain system is meaning drain system is a water drain system is this kind of the product, and the watch and the recycled nylon resin and something like that. So many kind of the product they get in the CFP labeling now. So that is an example of the CFP. This is watch in the same. This is a citizen or something like that. So they have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a raw material and the production stage and the distribution stage and use and the maintenance stage and the disposal and the recycling stage. So we got this one is a result we can see. So this kind of the document. So another one is we are trying to the shift the project by the METI. METI is environment, economy and trade and industry. So my organized in my is a co-chair in this project. So this is last year is started in the automobile mobile the batteries CFP project. As you know, is European Commission is producing the how many things? 3 years ago, 5 years ago, almost 5 years ago. So they are PEF, the product environmental footprint the project. So there is a PCL, PFCL is for the battery. So European Commission is said there is some how to say regulation in the using the such kind of the data CFP. So for the for example, the 10 kilogram CO2, less than 10 kilogram CO2 is okay, but over the 10 kilogram is not so good or something like that. So their regulation. So then the Japanese automobile companies worry about how to do that. So then the METI is automobile division is decided we try to the CFP project. So this is for the battery. So this battery is a very complicated product. So it is very, how to say, in honestly speaking, in the ministries say to the around October. So Japanese situation is until March is there is a physical year. So then just only the 6 months. So you have to make something result. So I think about is that how to do that in the CFP. So there is a virtual CFP calculation. So in the parts is a very different parts. So then is about we can not connect. For example, its meaning is that we have Leaf electric vehicle in from the Nissan. So that is a famous one. So Leaf is have some supply chain. They have own supply chain, but we cannot connect each supply chain. So there is so much, how to say, negotiated in the company to buy country. So company, yes. So then is that we have we try to the calculation, rough calculation in their testing. So I have to make a change to the PCL. So such using the result. What per part is very difficult, or gathering the data is or easy or not. There is a background data or something like that. After 1 year, 6 months, I would already finished. I just now started to the next year. Just now we try, I'd say, in a testing project. It is just in this year is starting. After this year, so we make a PCL Japanese type for the Japanese companies. There is a new activity in the CFP. So I already finished that in the CFP issues. So I move on the LCI. So this figure is a history with the inventory data in AIST. So AIST is my institute. So, but this history is almost my history. Meaning is so in the starting in the LCA study in the 1995. So I'm doctor candidate. So starting in the NIDE, it's a NIDE before name of the AIST. So AIST is the 50 kind of a NASDAQ. So many institute in there, 15 institute together with 2001 that became to the AIST. So the NIDE is the National Institute of Resource and the Environment. So this is a start to the this one. Before 3 or 4 years, starting in Inaba Sensei, we started with somebody. So I joined to the 2095. So then I make this timetable. So, and first, we have some software. So AIST, the LCA software we call the NIDE, so NIDE LCA or AIST LCA. So there is a software so the calculation for the calculation in the LCA. So this is the inventory data background in the basic database is almost 3. Not so much the 300 data set in there. So that started. So, and then I joined to the 2001, I joined to the institute. So graduated in, after graduating the PhD. So then I will go And the 3 years I go to the Australia and the planting in the forestry. So that is the 3 years. Yeah. So different experience in there. So, but I come back to the LC field. So in the AIST, it started developing the software and database. So at the time is we are released the 1,500 data set in there. So there is an optional database using this software. So start just now that there is so many years with that. So everybody asked to me, so a products in the inventory data do you have or something like that? But I said, I'm sorry, I don't have. So in the background data. So every time is asked to the very, how to say, difficult product. So for the electric company or from the motor company or something like that. So I think it is very, how to say, it needs to the comprehensive database is needed, I think. So then we start the EDS development from the 2007, I think. So and the first version of the EDI is the 2010. I released it in the with. So then the first carbon footprint database in there. So and they used in the EcoReef database also. And then so we updated the version 2 is in the 2016. So around this database is a 3,000 data set. So after that is a 2020 is we are released the version 3. Just now is a version 3.2 in the, this April I released. So and then we are other activity is we have Japanese industry is so there is a national project in around 2000. So there is many industry joined to the established inventory database. So then 54 industry association join. So then is they have a database or industry database, association database. So, but as that a database is a great gate-to-gate data, almost a gate-to-gate data. So that is a not so convenient to use in the life cycle assessment. So then I will connect in the linking is upstream in the using the IDEA. So then just now is a LCI database in the JLC, we call the JLC database we can use. That is a history of the my. So on outline of the IDEA, so we are also IDEA, we have a comprehensiveness and the reliableness and the completeness and the transparency. So there is a very big concept of the IDEA. So IDEA is a hybrid type of the database. So in the statistic, so Japanese statistic we can use and the process analysis and the existing data. So for the literature and something like that. So we are combined to the we have to check in the system boundary and we can connect or not, or so we can choose in the good data. So after that is we make establish the EDS database. So just now is I think it's 4,665 is the data set in there. So and at the version 2, so data type is almost a gate-to-gate data. So some very small several great cradle to gate data. So all process tree is you can see everything. So and unfortunately, review is an internal review only. So external review, we have to do that. So, but it's very costly. So just now that I'm sorry, I can not set. So I have to get to the budget. So ownership is AIST. So, and the data format is the idiot original data format, but EcoInvent have a EcoSport format. EcoSport 2, that is a EcoInvent format. We can translate this one. So how to keep in the comprehensiveness? So there is a we have a structure of the hierarchical structure in there. So there is a statistic we have. Of course, you have a statistic. This one in each country. So, for example, is the dairy products in the butter and the cheese and the milk and the cream and something like that. So, cheese have so many kind of the cheese in there, of course. Today is an Italian restaurant, so then the how much, which kind of the cheese we can eat. So, but I don't like the fresh cheese. I'm sorry. So, but it's a melting cheese is good for me. So, just a personal opinion. So, that is a cheese have so many kind of the cheese. So, but we are 6-digit commodity is this kind of the product level. So we can get to the we can already gather to this kind of data. So if needed is such this kind of the very small not how to say in the small category is so in the data. So we have to make a we have to gather to such kind of data. But for example, is if is a sandwiches, ham and cheese sandwiches, and we want to compare to the onigiri is a rice bowl. So that situation that we can use in the cheese. But in the which pizza is or eco-friendly, so we cannot use the cheese data. So we need this kind of the cheese. So then, but unfortunately, is we don't have this kind of the product. So then, if you want to estimate in the pizza, so then is you have to gather to the own power data on by own power. So I'm not Superman. So that is our concept. So okay, the number of the data set in India. So we are compared to the eco invent. So the agriculture in there, in the chemical, in the so much kind of the chemical. So in my opinion, so eco invent and the India is almost same number of the data set almost. So but different how to say. For example, that this one is a waste management is a eco invent more. So some in a different classification is a little bit different. So how to manage in the data? So we have 9-digit numbers. So we are called the IDEA item code. So we decided in the this one is a product. For example, in the apple and strawberry or something like that. So and then that this plus it mean this one is a 6-digit is a commodity is a classification and identification in the numbers. So we are 2-digit is agriculture and fishery or something like that. A very big big classification of the industry 2-digit. So and the plastic is a 19 or something. So and the group 2 is a 3-digit and the details in the 4-digit. The subclass is in the 6-digit. We can make such kind of number. So if you see in the number in the product EDS code, so you can image in the what kind of the product. 01 is agriculture, but a little bit not so many person image. That is true. So and then there's we can add it number in the product country code. So for example, is this is 3-digit we can use in the Japan the GPN and the Thailand the THA. That's kind. We can expand in the globally. So and then so okay. And then this one is a how type of the inventory data. So the mix data, the production mix. So for example, is the type one type of the production, A production method, B method production is a different method. We can mix in a such kind of, we can add it the M. The production, the normal production, the P, and the reminder flow is a recycling process or something we can use. We can add it the R. Yes. So for example, as you know, and Xavier-san already explained to the LCA, but not so many things in the LCI. So just LCI data is basically is this kind of the input and the output data in the process. So for example, the cotton production is a raw cotton and the waste cotton inside, and this kind of the material input. So, and then the energy is electricity and the gas or something like that. So we added energy. So, and the water in there. So the production is a cotton yam is a 1 kilogram. So we have to need this kind of the number, and then what kind of the product input in this process. So, and then in the upstream, the way you have to make a low cotton inventory, process inventory, and for example, in the electricity is in upstream the coal-fired plant, and coal-fired plant is needed in the coal mining process or something. So supply chain is a very, how to say, very deeply. So many kind of the process data related. So then we can calculate the CO2 or other kind of the emission in the elemental flow. So how to make a database is mainly is we already said in the statistic and process analysis and the existing data is we can easy to get the data. So, but normally is we are from the statistic, and Xavier-san already introduced in the IO table. So IO table is a so very convenient table. So, but there's a Thai is almost 180 classification. Is a Japanese IO table is around the 40. 400 classification. Little bit detail. So we can such kind of the data, and each industry have a each statistic. So energy section is we have a energy statistic. So we will so many kind of the statistics combined to the in the data and the knowledge. So then we can make this kind of the data. So, and just now is version 3 is we are changed a little bit in Japanese situation in the statistic and decreased in the information. So then we decided in the each company and each factory have to inform to the government how much energy they use, how many kind of the energy and electricity and the gas and the oil or something like that. They have to, but this data is a very, how to say, confidential data. So in my institute is a national institute, so I will ask to the government. So then is we can use in such kind, but we cannot open to the each kind of data. So, and then that kind of data is they have is a production information. So we can combine to the this kind of the data. So it is very tough analysis. So sometimes we cannot identify in the one different statistic is a different kind of different name of this. The address and the company name is sometimes different. I have to match in the every data. So there is so much work there. So, and then we have such kind of data, so we can combine to the make this kind of process data. So, and the land use is we have elementary flow is land occupation and land use type. And then land use type, land transformation is that we have two type of the land use data. So there is a information from the statistic and the information of the so companies companies homepage or something. Okay, so we can use in the such kind of data. So in the land use and production divided by this one. So 1 kilogram production, how much area it occupied in the war transparency, something like that. So in the, it is difficult to judge to the how many years in the occupation did. So there is a assumption, that is the assumption is that we are assumed in the 50 years. Eco-invent the same year. So that is a not so problem, I think. So, and the impact category is a global warming, of course, and then ozone definition in that kind of data. So this is EU environmental footprint to target impact, and line 2 is the impact in there. So EDS version 3, every impact category, the focus on there. Honestly speaking, is global warming and acidification is and the resource definition is a good data, I think, I hope. But there is other chemical, and there is so much uncertainty there. So just not situation. So, and then to the motivation and the purpose of the adaptation type of the database. So we are trying to the adaptation type of the database. So Xavier-san already introduced in the adaptation. That just my adaptation type is so many kind of the adaptation. So this is a intensity of the electricity. So the difference country by country. So that is meaning this one is for foreign country database, the estimation database. So some countries are different, and component of the ratio of the consumed and fuel is different. So in a Thai is a natural gas is a very big portion. So, but in the Japanese case is oil is a portion. So they're different. We have to change. And then consumption, the FCC, and the level of the population control and the desulfurization ratio, something that by each country different, and the level of the hazardous fuel content is different. So there is so many kind of the differences in each country by each country. So we will focus if we have a get the data, so we can use. But if we cannot get such kind of the data, it's only this one or two we can change. So this one is a fuel, is a total fuel, and then we allocate it in the each country situation. So for example, is a Thai is a natural gas is a more portion. So we are from the EDS data to adjust it to the other country data. So we try to the data from the IEA or some other statistic we can use. Sometimes is we used to be on each country's IO table in the other statistic there. So that is why the differences is China is increase in the inventory data. So this is Japanese. Thai is almost the same level with in the CO2 emission in the each production. So because in the natural gas is a very good portion, it's a very good energy for the production. So that is a result. So now is 12 countries data set is a database you can use. So unfortunately is a base database is a version 2. So just now it's we make a based in the version 3 just now. So you can arrive in the unfortunate. I'm sorry, it's in the not every country in the ASEAN country. So but and just now is we get this kind of the data. So there is a limitation is that we please read in after that is that you can read. So in our concept is that so we are adaptation data in there. So tier 2 is meaning is how to say in if you want to estimate in the steel industry or plastic industry production, so you will change to the your company's your country's data, so a little bit. So then there is a base database from the EDS adaptation. After that, you can how to say increase to the own country's database. So if after in the future, so you can use you can make own country's data, our concept in there. So we have to replace and replace in the each data. So, but in the starting point, so if you get in the process data, for example, in the ABS region, is A is meaning acrylonitrile, so B is a butagen, so butagen, so and then BS is a styrene. So is a you have such kind of data, so but upstream data, if you want to calculate in the CO2 emission is by 1 kilogram ABS region. So upstream data you have to gather, upstream data you have to gather. So there is so much work there. So then you can use in the EDS data. So but there is so how to say in the we need the sensitive analysis. So we have in the portion is for example, the ABS is A is a more big portion of the CO2. So you have to next stage acrylonitrile data you will get something like that. So that is my strategy, our strategy. So just last slide is so EDS network is EDS in just now the EDS version 3. So version 2 is I introduced in the GLAD. So this activity is a UN environmental project activities and global LCA data access. We already installed this kind of data. So and SIMAPRO and you can use and OpenLCA and Milka is in Japanese LCA software. So this kind of software you can use in the database, our database. So and then is we are released the Excel version is already calculated in the CO2 or other kind of the intensity data. So then is you can buy the TCO2 and the sample is available. So LCAPC is there is a life cycle assessment promotion consortium in AIST. So this consortium is support is our activity. So in the member is get a fee, and then we can use in this kind of the fee. I will maintenance or more how to say in the next version do that. So there is a consortium in the last already 2 years later. So 2020 I established it. So just now the 200 company joined to the this activity. So a little bit how to say safety budget in the come to the member fee or something like that. So it is very difficult to keep in a database. So I think is if you want to establish the new database, so somebody or ministry, I think ministry support. So in the new one, ministry person, I'm sorry, the ministry person. So they like in the new one. But the maintenance and the keep in the database is it is very difficult to get the budget. That is I think in the Japanese situation is that kind. So then I established this kind of consortium. So thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hara. Thank you very much. Before questions, I would like to say that Japan advanced in many areas, including in LCA. Some slide, it's quite complicated, even for LCA practitioners. So for the newcomers, don't be so serious about that. So okay, the floor is open, please.
Thank you. Just quick question. Thank you, Professor Tahara. Greetings from Nakamura Sensei from in Indonesia. He's doing the same things now with my staff in my office. First of all, regarding the statistical code, you mentioned about the 9-digit statistical code from HS code, right? From your commodity export-import commodity. I just wonder about the 3-digit of the domestic code that you have in Japan. It's very unique. So how you harmonize with EcoInvent? That's the first. And my second question, regarding you have data from Indonesia. I don't know from where you get the data. I think from the Japanese company who has business in Indonesia. How you make sure the data is correct? The third one, our office, our research center already has the 289 data set from various industry in Indonesia, because since last year we already put LC as the mandatory for the reporting the environmental impact assessment in Indonesia. So we already have 289 data set. But I think we need to learn a lot from you. I think you have to extend this workshop not only for 2 days, I think at least 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions.
Can you remember all questions?
Yep. The first question
Okay.
is we have a table in the convert table, HS code. So HS code is that every country using the import and export. So it is very difficult to the classification. So some parts is that in Japanese classification is a Japanese person is thinking about this product is the same category or something like that. So, but is other person is a different category. So, in we have EDS code and HS code. There is an HS code is a national in global code in there. Why we don't use in that HS code? So in there, Japanese statistic based on the Japanese classification. So there, that is the reason. So EcoInvent in the have such kind of information, so we can match in the data. So, but EcoInvent is that we have, you know, is a so system boundary is a little bit different in the statistic, I think. So that is we have to read in the more metadata. So then is this is data and this data is the same also. You are not. So it is very difficult to compare to the different inventory database. So EcoMint also, but we have to harmonize it. The such kind of the flow is how to say in intermediate flow and the name of the. So that is a next stage. So just now is we are glad is we have a elementary flow in the table we have. So, but in the intermediate flow nowadays. So I have to collaborate with everybody. Yeah. So next one is a little bit difficult. After that, I will ask them. Okay.
Any question?
Hi, Doctor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a little bit of technical question here. But then maybe one question is on the we heard that Prof. Shabir question and also presentation, and also your presentation about the result interpretation on the midpoint view. Maybe for some project there's limitation on the interpretation of result, and we may be focusing on only one midpoint, which is the global warming potential. So in your opinion, is that enough to interpret? Because we know that we understand the elephant concept just now. So we have to look at the overall point of view, but then due to some limitation and we are able to only address the global warming potential. So what's your opinion on that? My second question is actually on the data management itself. On maybe you can answer this later. What is the can we set or how to set an uncertainty level or acceptable value of data in this LCA, because you are dealing with so much and so many kind of data. So how actually Japanese set this acceptable error or acceptable data in your LCA database? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Will be good question. So, but very difficult question, I think. So, in the impact assessment is we think is a characterization level is in the global warming and ozone definition is we can agree with a scientific background. So then, but we cannot compare to the difference impact assessment, impact issues. So. In my opinion, is person can consider in the only three, I think. So in the global warming and the ozone definition is the acidification is a three point of the issues that we can consider. But more than is I cannot. If Shabia-san is very clever, so 5 or something like that. I don't know. So in my opinion, is we have to in the focus on the everything. So in that we try to the weighting is a one single indicator. So but there is so much input in the how to say in the uncertainty and the subjective things or something like that. So, but we have to think about is how to use in the how to use in the such kind of information in the everybody. So it is very easy to single number. But there is so many assumptions, so many kind of the subjective issues, something like that. So we have to do that. In my sense is that I'm inventory database, inventory oji-san we call in Japanese. Oji-san means the uncle is meaning. So inventory man. So then is I have to provide in the correct number of the data in the CO2 in the elementary form. But in the impact person is think about the past, but and we have to everybody that thinking about something. So second one is uncertainty is we have, honestly speaking, we don't know. So so what this number is we have to get in the data. So sometimes is get the data from the measurement. So there is so many kind of the measurement. So it's a 1.2, 1.1, 1.3 or something. Average is this one. So that is okay. So but the almost inventory data is just only one data or something. So just only one factory data or something like that, or an estimation data or something. So that we cannot say in the there's level. So but we have is a data quality analysis is for the time and so very old one is a Bo Bidema is he's very clever guys. I know, you know, is I think he's a number one person in this field. So he's already has a more than 20 or 30 years later. So they established as a method in there. So he's but it's, I think I don't think about is not data quality. I think so. Yeah, but as that is a common method.
I have one question to also why is Japan is interested in doing ASEAN database? I think it's quite important to everyone to know why is Japan interested to ASEAN database.
That is just my opinion. I think so. But as a European country is so many country there. So, but the European country is how they have how to say in the ISO is a 20 and how to say card or something like so. But in the Asian country is Japan is one, Thai is one. So then every international how to say decided is in the European country is a win. I think so. We have to in collaborate with the Asian country. So in my this is more in my opinion. So I'm very comfortable in the personal opinion in the comfortable in Asian country. So food and the environment is almost same. So then is that we can gather. Then there is a maker. So how to say economic. Communication in economic area in the Asian area is more important, I think. So then, so that is a economic is a we have to make a inventory data for the environment. So then is I focus on I want to focus on the Asian countries, in my personal opinion. That's it. Thank you.
Just continue the question from first regarding the uncertainty factor. What's the maximum limitation of the deviation of the uncertainty that you make sure that this is okay, acceptable in Japan? That's the first. The second is, I forgot the question. How about the PCR, product category rules? Because one specific singles product, it has to be follow the product category rules. How about in Japan? So is that possible to share your product category rules to us so we can learn a lot from you, how you manage the system boundary for specific product? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The first question is a very difficult. So what level is acceptable? So I don't know. So in the companies or academic person is a different feeling, I think. So, but as just now that we have only our data. So then we can they can calculate the LC result. So sometimes is so they don't think about the result. It's not so good to work. So that is image, the different image or something like that. So then we ask to me. So this is a process data is different or something like that. So we have talking about this such kind of things. So after that, just now just starting. So 20 years we said in the starting point. That's it. So in the field. So but it's a of course, the starting point is I mean, in Japanese government decided zero carbon neutral communication society in 2050. So we every so many companies person is focused on the LCA. So that we have discussion is more. So then we have to how to say in the landing is just not just in the writing is there. So then in the landing in the so how to discuss about something like that. So I'm just continuously the discussion, I think. So second question is PCR. Okay, so PCR is international PCR board. It's EPD board is there. So you can use in the Japanese PCR. So then, but you have to change in the localization the information. So then, we can use in the, each other. I think. I hope.
Is that possible? Is that possible? You share your PCR system to us so we can learn how to make the system boundary. Because in the website, it's not all of the PCR available. Only few, very small. Thank you.
Yeah. So please contact with a samples person. So I think it's a Japanese PCR is they established in the sample. So I think as a sample is very welcome to the ask to your question. Yeah, I will send in the email address.
Please.
I have a
Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I have a question, just a general question about LCI. So a while ago, and LCA actually, a while ago, Professor Severe have mentioned four phases. So is LCI the second phase, the inventory analysis? So this is the methodology. Is that correct? Did I understand correctly? So is this the only methodology for the inventory analysis?
I think there is a ISO standard is that they decided in the 4 stages. So in the first is the very important things, the golden scope. So what kind of the LCA do you want to? So in the result, that is a very important thing. So the second stage is we have to calculate it in the environmental product substance or something and elementary flow. So that is a inventory data, inventory analysis stage. After that, they use in the elementary flow, a CO2 or NOx and SOx, and so many kind of the elementary flow is there. So of course, in the resource or something like that. So impact assessment is we gather to the CO2 and methane and N2O or something for the global warming. That is a characterization. After that, it's a single index in the weighting or something like that. After that is a fourth one in the interpretation. So there is a more is important thing. So, but how to improve or how to. So there is a 4 stage in there.
Okay. Just a follow up. In terms of the computations, like there's input and then output in the LCI or inventory analysis. Can the computations be done in like using Microsoft Excel? Or is there a specialized software for that?
Specialized software is more better for normal person. So in my institute, we access. We can use in the access. So that is a kind of the database. Yeah. So we can calculate it in the whole one. So but normal person is they use the sometimes in the I release the Excel type of the data set. So that is already calculated in the C2G. So created the gate data. So then we can use with the so same as in the supermarket. Is that you want to something. So in the cash rate in the you paid in the money. Such kind of the things that we can do. You can do that, but as it's better to do the why this material is CO2 is high or not. As you have to think about is every process in the upstream process you have to think about. So then you better to use in the software.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. So I just one question. I see we are confused in the carbon footprint and also material footprints. And of our understanding, this then is the same, and this is concerned with the carbon dioxide emission. May I explain in the Ministry of Planning and Finance, they develop the national indicator framework which align with the SDG indicator. In here, we need to indicator is in the carbon footprint and material footprints. So as in here they understand this then as the same meaning. We need it is concerned with environment and the climate change, so something like that. So in here I want to clear about the difference the material footprints and carbon footprint.
The focus on the global warming. So that's they use the LCA result. So many kind of the elementary flow they choose in the for the global warming substance. For example, the CO2 and methane or something like that. The material is they focus on in the resource. So in the steel だから iron だ iron だなだから how to say in the iron ore and the bauxite such kind of the resource they focus on the material footprint. So different issues they focus on. But as we can, in my sense, is a LCA is a whole. We can say is the part of the material, the part of the global warming, part of the acidification. We can answer to the from LCA result. Is it okay? Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Was nice presentation for to collect the data. Now on, you are collect data from Asian country. I would like to ask that you have any plan that you want to collect some data for the environmental impact in Laos, because now in Laos we building that hydropower. So of course that they will have some emission or greenhouse gas there. You have any plan to collect some data in my country for the environmental impact? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if you want, I will try to do that. So there is no chance to consider about the law. And in this conference, in this workshop is a very good chance to consider about ASEAN country. So we have to make a, how to say, in adaptation version of the IDEA. So I will back to the home and discuss about my stuff. So it is one country is a little bit difficult. It's a long time is spent in the time. So I will try. Yeah. Yes, please. From Myanmar.
Thank you, Professor. I saw one slide that you have information about greenhouse gas emission from some country from ASEAN, but not all the country of ASEAN. Why you don't put in here? Because you don't research about it or whatever? I saw the map and also chart, maybe pie chart.
The idea map.
Yeah. I saw a map and some country. No, map. Map. Yeah. Not well. Yeah, I just wonder why no Cambodia, because we don't have enough database about this, or you just select some country among Asian country. The first question, and the second question, I'm interested in idea data tour. I want you to explain a little bit clearer about this, how you collect data of ideal data to analyze to environment analysis, because environmental it's broad. So which one is specific about it? Okay, thank you so much.
So this is we are how to say we have a limitation in the resource, so human resource. So that we decided in this country is we have import. That's in the original way is the Japanese companies for the Japanese company. So for Japanese company import from the Asian country. So there is a top 10 or something like that. So other UK or some other reason in there. So some company asked to me, so they give to the budget. So then we are UK or something like that. So, but the original way is we want to establish an Asian country. So then we are every country we cannot for the resource. So then we choose in the import and export in the amount of the such kind of information. So and then the second question that I cannot catch up in the please again to the if after that we talk about. So
idea. About idea. Yep. How to collect idea is mean inventory database for environmental analysis, right?
Yeah.
So I want to know which database that you go to analysis about this?
There is a statistic also other kind of the information. So for the maker process. So in the for example, is a GHG emission is meaning. So we have a national inventory office in there. So everybody have of course the Thai have they have such kind of information. In the fuel is a type of the fuel is a CO2 or other GHG emission in the intensity in their information. I will use in such kind of data. Or and then the PRTR is we have a chemical substance in the registration system in there, so we can use in the chemical substance. So many information we can gather. So then I will establish the EDS data.
So it's come from many sources of data.
Yeah.
And I think it's quite complicated to explain everything with a short time. Some topic we may leave it right now, and we discuss in the afternoon. If you need for collaboration in ASEAN countries, we need support or anything. So I think this morning is a short presentation on the EDR and how he make it, but we can discuss more in the afternoon. And I propose that because we are a little bit late right now, we have a lunch break right now. You come back around 1:30 is okay. And we're a little bit tired in the morning, so a lot of things that we learn from new things. So let's have a break and come back at 1:30. We have a lunch at the same place. Okay, so you go down there in the same restaurant. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can leave your luggage and stuff here because we lock the room and the room will be open at 1:30.
Enjoy your lunch. Enjoy your lunch, and see you later. You may ask ASEAN support. You have to report to yeah. Where are you going? Right.
ให้พี่แจ็ครอจ่ายแล้วนะเอาขวดน้ำมาก็ได้เดี๋ยวเราเคลียร์ขวดที่กินแล้วไหนที่มันพอเหลือก็ปล่อยไปก่อนขวดน้ำมาเปลี่ยนเอาลงมาเลยใส่เอาที่พอสมควรถ้าเหลือน้อยจ่ายก็ถ้ามีกินข้าวแล้วจ้าเรียนด้วย3 ห้องไว้โหใช่
I'm interested to see that all of you are speaking the same language. What kind of stuff? You go to MBK. MBK is very good.
The one on the top. Yes. And that one you can get down at either you can get down at Siam Square or National Stadium. National Stadium goes directly into
Yeah, we have that. Can we borrow?
Then yeah, enjoy it. Ya, nanti tutup malam kita orang mesti tutup. Sampai menyedihkan kan. Sampai kondangan sedang.
Semua okey hai semasa. Apa tak?
Tapi kan semalam tu penuh. Kurang sedikit.
Yes, really.
Okay, Ka, I think we will wait few more minutes.
We can start right now.
Okay, coming. Okay, Ka. Good afternoon, Ka, everyone. So welcome back to afternoon session, Ka. From the morning session, we also hearing about LCI database in Japan. So for the afternoon session, we will hearing more about carbon footprints, CF, and LCI database in Thailand. So please welcoming Mr. Athiwat. If you are ready, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Athiwat Jirachariyavet from NSTDA. Thank you very much for invite me to present carbon footprint in Thailand topic. First of all, I will show about the environmental impact. The environmental impact that have several levels, such as global scale, regional scale, and local scale. The global warming and ozone depletion are global impact and global scale. Acidification is a regional impact or regional scale. Other impact is local impact. Nowadays, people are concerned about global warming as a result of greenhouse gas. The greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect is a process by which atmosphere taps some of the sun energy, running the earth and modulating our climate. As everyone know, global warming is a huge impact. So I would like to show two impacts of global warming by using the video of around 3 minutes for more clearly understand.
We explain global warming and what you can do about it. Tom is shocked. The media is reporting the consequences of the hurricane on the Philippines. More than 5,000 people have died. Entire cities are flooded and devastated. But that's not all. The next report is about a famine in the Sahel. Because of a drought that lasted for months, the harvest has been exhausted and food is scarce. Is it possible that catastrophes like that are on the increase? Tom asks his friend Mary for advice. She explains that these extreme weather phenomena are getting worse due to changes in climate. But where does this warming come from? The greenhouse effect is the bad guy. The atmosphere protects the Earth and stores the heat of the sun, as in a greenhouse. This is especially caused by the greenhouse gases, steam, carbon dioxide, and methane. This effect is actually essential to life. Without it, the temperature on Earth would be well below freezing. Industrialization increased this effect to a dangerous level. So the real bad guy is man, and the warming is getting worse and worse. When polar ice and glaciers melt, they reflect less sunlight and the sea level rises. Millions of coastal inhabitants are in danger. Additionally, water evaporates, which increases the greenhouse effect. Also, grounds, which stored centuries-old methane, are thawing. The poisonous gas escapes and worsens the greenhouse effect. The vicious cycle starts again. That's how the average temperature on Earth rose in the last century to around 0.74 degrees Celsius, which does not sound like a lot, but has devastating consequences. Because the whole weather system changes, millions of people and countless animal and plant species are in danger of extinction. To stop this, scientists worldwide agree the emission of greenhouse gases has to be reduced. It starts with everyone individually, even Tom. But what exactly can he do? Thanks to Mary, Tom chooses energy-saving electronic devices and unplugs them after use. Also, he's improved the thermal insulation of his house to heat it more efficiently. And as often as he can, he takes the bus or bike instead of the car. Tom's taking care of the environment. Now it's your turn.
Thank you. I would like to show one video about IPCC from climate change. Okay. This slide shows GHG emission of Thailand. This slide, the left graph is show about the ratio of greenhouse gas emission by sector between 2000 to 2016 for Thailand. The energy sector is the most greenhouse gas emission ratio. In year 2016, they have amount of greenhouse gas emission about 350 million ton CO2 equivalent. For the international collaboration, Thailand attend the World Leader Summit, which is part of COP26 in Glasgow, in order to announce that Thailand aim to reach carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emission by or before 2065, and announce the Thailand long-term GHG emission development strategy. This slide show about the Thailand National Energy Plan and Thailand Integrated Energy Blueprint, which work 2015 to 2036. They have about 5 plans: PDP plan, EEP plan, AEDP plan, gas plan, and oil plan. This slide shows trend of environmental since the past to present. On the first step, focus on how to pollution control. So try to manage the waste generation. And after that, we focus on pollution prevention by using the environmental management. This method has to rely on process based. We focus on process in factory. Then list the turning point by focus on product based that use life cycle thinking aspect, which is toward the LCA thinking. This aspect will help to manage the whole supply chain as a result to sustainable production and consumption. This slide shows LCA concept. The more detail about LCA that already shown before in the morning. According LCIA step or third step of LCA, we can focus single or multi-environmental impact. Carbon footprint is a single impact to global warming impact. This slide shows relative of LCA and carbon footprint. Carbon footprint is the sum of greenhouse gases emission and GHG removal release in a product system, organization, or service, expressed as carbon dioxide equivalent and based on a life cycle assessment using single impact category of climate change. They have two group of carbon footprint. One of carbon footprint of product or service. Another one of carbon footprint for organization. The carbon footprint of product is the full inventory of GHG emission released throughout life cycle product or service from the extraction to the raw material to end of life. This expressed in carbon dioxide equivalent. For example, this product is potato chip. We will track back to potato farming, transportation to factory process to snack. Then you have to consider transportation and distribution and use freight and disposal whole life cycle. The carbon footprint for organization or CFO is the sum of GHG emission released in relation to organization activity, expressed as carbon dioxide equivalent. We focus 7 groups of greenhouse gas: carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, HFC, hydrofluorocarbon, perfluorocarbon group, SF6, sulfur hexafluoride, and NF3, dinitrogen fluoride. Scope of carbon footprint for organization. We have direct greenhouse gas emission in scope 1. Example, stationary combustion from fossil fuel, mobile combustion, fugitive emission, process emission is direct greenhouse gas from organization activity. And scope 2, we focus energy indirect greenhouse gas emission, such as the electricity which import from outside for internal use. And scope 3, we focus on other indirect emission. For scope 3, it focus upstream and downstream of organization. The left group focus on upstream organization activity. The right group focus on downstream organization activity. All of them are indirect greenhouse gas related organization activity. For carbon footprint calculation, GHG greenhouse gas considering based on the Kyoto Protocol consists of 7 group of greenhouse gas. The effect of greenhouse gas to global warming impact shown in unit of carbon dioxide equivalent. The carbon dioxide equivalent is calculated using mass of given greenhouse gas multiplied by its global warming potential or GWP of each greenhouse gas. This slide shows about GWP or global warming potential. Global warming potential is the index based on radiative property of greenhouse gas. GWP was developed to allow comparison of the global warming impact of different gases. Specifically, is measure of how much energy the emission of 1 ton of gas will absorb over a given period of time relative to the emission of 1 ton of carbon dioxide. It means if the methane release 1 kilogram equal to 25 kilogram of carbon dioxide. This table shows the global warming potential reference from IPCC assessment report. For calculation of carbon footprint is refer to AR5 report or 5th report. This is a global warming potential factor to convert greenhouse gas to unit of carbon dioxide equivalent. This slide shows about ISO series for environmental management 14,000 series. LCA is in the right hand side 1040 and 14,040 and 14,044. Moreover, there is environmental labeling, which is one of communication of environmental information to customer. For eco-labeling in ISO standard, they have 3 types as follow. Type 1, follow ISO 14,024. Type 1 is a label that has a certification organization and has requirement in the preparation of which product have been labeled. It will a product that is more environmental friendly than the same product. This example is eco label in Thailand called Green Label. For eco label type 2 is a non-certified label which is self-declared. The point of communication depends on organization who issue it. And the first one is type 3 is a label that use concept of LCA to consider product. It can communicate the one environmental issue, single issue, or multiple issue. This example is environmental product in Japanese. For eco-label in Thailand, eco-label Taiwan is a green label certified by the Ministry of Industry. This label has been in operation since 1993. And Thai 2 show the example from two big companies in Thailand, which SCG that is a cement and construction material manufacturing company. They have eco-label named SCG Green Choice. And the second one, PTT, which produce fuel and petrochemical using label name Green for Life, PTT Green for Life. For Thai 3 in Thailand, carbon footprint label is subset of Thai 3 because we focus only single issue in global warming impact. CFP pilot project in Thailand. The collaboration of carbon footprint in Thailand in 2009. There was a MOU between NSTDA and the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization, Public Organization, or TGO, to develop a certification system. By NSTDA provide the technical report by developing emission factor for carbon footprint calculation, and TGO is an agency that certifies label. By implementing the carbon footprint of product pilot project in 2009, there are 23 products from 16 companies in pilot project. The pilot project CFP committee will be set up with an LCA expert as a committee member to develop Thailand CFP guideline. Dr. Shabir is a member of CFP technical committee. Thailand CFP guideline with reference from past 2050 of the UK. Japanese CFP guideline with technical support from Japanese experts, and ISO 14067 is currently the 7th revised volume in 2020. From 2009 to 2020, about seven revised version. The image on the right side is TGO approved CFP logo, where the XXX value in the logo represent amount of GHG released for that product when consideration whole life cycle. The pilot project on CFP start from 2009. After that, in 2010, there was a project again between NSTDA and TGO, which carbon footprint for organization or CFO operation by CFO technical committee was set up into co-develop with Thai CFO assessment based on ISO 14064 volume 1. This is a update CFO guideline in 2021. This is carbon footprint for organization logo issued by TGO, which does not show the carbon dioxide content on the logo. For LCI database, as I explained before, that NSTDA will be technical support for carbon footprint calculation, and NSTDA also has developed Thai life cycle inventory database. This database can be used to support both CFP and CFO calculation for TGO. By the detail of Thai LCI database will be present in the afternoon. This slide that explains overall of CFP calculation method. We will consider a whole life cycle of product by start from raw material extraction, transportation, distribution, processing, use until disposal, and will calculate in greenhouse gas emission in every single state will sum of all of GHG in the whole life cycle. Example, the carbon footprint data collection to target product in order of CFP calculation. Focus on the product if you interest. Then we have to collect the input data such as raw material, energy, chemical, electricity, fuel, and water, and how much the product and byproduct always, and how to manage it. And we focus air emission only greenhouse gas. For then we call primary data of an organization. For upstream data, raw material extraction, acquisition for raw material. That is background data or emission factor. We can refer the data from TGO who publish emission factor on website, and NSTDA who is responsible develop and update EF data. This background data or secondary data. The data collection was compiled based on activity data, was related to both direct and indirect GHG emission, and cite the emission factor is activity. This slide shows carbon footprint. Sorry. Okay, we have activity data and we have emission factor, and GHG emission is activity data multiplied by emission factor. This slide shows carbon footprint situation in Thailand. For the carbon footprint of product in fiscal year 2022 has 921 products from 88 companies with the certified CFP label, and accumulation of CFP in Thailand has more than 5,000 products from almost 700 companies. The right table shows the certificate CFP label in several sectors. The food and beverage sector, that is the most sector, the certified CFP label. This slide shows CFO certification in 2022. They have more than 100 organizations, and the accumulation CFO is more than 600 organizations. The service and office sector is most the sector for apply CFO. This slide shows carbon footprint reduction label. TGO launched the carbon footprint reduction in May 2014, which developed from CFP. There are requirements that to achieve in reduction of its present year carbon footprint when compared base year, not less than 2%. Not less than 2%. And for the carbon CFR situation in fiscal year 2022 has 61 products from 16 companies and more than 800 products from more than 100 companies. And the food and beverage is the most sector to certify CFR product. This slide shows the benefit of carbon footprint. For carbon footprint of product, you can use for consumer information. CFP evaluate the greenhouse gas emission, the whole life cycle of product. So you can use this data to manage resource usage throughout the supply chain. You can use this information as an alternative to purchasing environmental friendly products. For CFO, you can use the data to manage organization resource, and you can communicate the stakeholder by putting it in the environmental report or SD report. Currently, Thai state enterprise use CFO and as an environmental indicator for evaluate the eco-efficiency in their organization. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I understand the progress. So I understand now the progress of the carbon footprint in Thailand. But for this carbon footprint, we use the 14,064. Yes.
67.
67. Sorry.
Yes.
So I wonder, what is it? How you manage to verify all of this, the number of the number of the footprint here. So we have the verification system, third party to verify, right?
Yes.
And then register to the government. Could you please, do you have any slide that show the job desk for all of this organization? Who do the verification, who do the certification, where they will put the database? Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think maybe he didn't prepare the file, but maybe he can explain. We have some accredit. Oh, this not. It's okay.
Okay. MTech or NSTDA provide the emission factor data to TGO, and TGO publish in TGO website. You can use the emission factor to calculate carbon footprint CFP or CFO, and TGO is certified organization to stamp and to certify carbon footprint label. And if you need to get the carbon footprint label, you can calculate your carbon footprint on your products, and you have to select the third party verifier to for verify the data, and third party is look like auditor to monitor your calculate, to monitor your technical, and the third party sign verification sheet and send to TGO. And TGO have a meeting for apply this product.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. Just wanted to ask whether Thailand has developed your own country-specific emission factor, or you just based on the default factor of the IPCC. That's number one. Number two, have your organization consider the Scope 3 emissions calculation? Just now, just mentioning about Scope 1 and Scope 2, what about the Scope 3 emissions calculations? And how far they actually have reported on this Scope 3 emissions? And what are my other questions? I think that's all. Yeah, maybe I come back later on the third question. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your good question. For Scope 3, the organization will identify the activity related 16 category for scope T, and you will manage the scores. You will scoring the which you selected the significant about 2 or 3 category for monitor and report in CFO report.
So did companies like EGAT have quantify the scope 3 emissions?
Yes.
I see. Okay. My last question, can I ask about the carbon footprint reduction? Did you calculate the reduction from the paper use? What type of methodology that you refer to? Reduction of paper use in office, for example. You calculate that?
For CFR label is carbon footprint of product, not carbon footprint organization. For use the paper in office, I think we the organization will consider CFO carbon footprint for organization, but CFR label relate to CFP label.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, another question. How much the company has to pay for one carbon footprint labels? That's the first. And then how long the time process until they get the certificate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think depend on the complex of the process and product. Because such as the petroleum sector very complex. We will use many man-day. But for SME or single or common process, I think use less the man-day.
Can you just give me the example and then the price, the cost?
I'm not sure. Depend on organization who consult the company. I think depend on each consultant. I think they have about 6 or 8 months for calculate one product.
Okay.
Yes.
And then how much the cost? How much the cost?
Cost. Not sure. About maybe about 100,000. Maybe if complex company, I think more than about 100,000 baht.
But actually, for this equation, to evaluate the carbon footprint of our service, we use the same rate for the ISO standards.
Okay.
The same rate of man-days. If 9001 use certain rate of ISO, use the same. And for one product, I think it depends. Like he tried to mention, maybe it's 6 man-days or 10 man-days. It depends on the specific of the industries. It could be very simple. It could be very complicated. It depends. But we use the same rate for the ISO standard. And I think you have one question from you want to mention. There are another questions here.
I just want to clarify, so continue with her question. So for the carbon footprint of organization, let's say the tier 3, so it's really up to the organization, or is there any requirement of like a certain level or a certain percentage of the indirect carbon dioxide emission that you need to take into account to get the carbon footprint of organization?
Yes, for scope T now in Thailand just start in 1 or 2 years. I think they have many problems to define and collect the data and many problems to calculate greenhouse gases.
And for the carbon footprint of the product, is there any requirement of the certain level of the primary data? I mean, like the Thai's carbon footprint in one product to get the certificate? Because like in case you only make your calculation based on all the secondary data, is that acceptable to get the certificate or?
The company with want to calculate carbon footprint product, they will collect the primary data from target product, and for secondary they can use emission factor to calculate whole life cycle for carbon footprint value.
Very much.
Thank you very much. Please give a big hand to Kunatiwa. Thank you very much.
Okay,ค่ะ. Up next, we move on to the next presentation on topic sustainability from KMUTT. So please welcoming Dr. Thapat.
May I take off the mask? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And today, I think it is my good opportunity to share all of you. Actually, I would like to say to share about what we have done so far about the sustainability assessment of bioenergy. But my presentation maybe will be more focused on the biofuels because Thailand is one of the leading countries in promotion of biofuels in ASEAN. And I'm Thapat from the Department of Environmental Engineering, King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi. And actually, I have worked closely with Professor Shabir for more than 15-20 years, and we will until he retires first. Just kidding. Okay, and today my talk will be more focused on the sustainability assessment, and maybe I suppose that you have learned from Professor Shabir and Ajahn Athiwat about the life cycle assessment, and I suppose that you have some background, but maybe in the detail we can discuss later. So my presentation, first, when we talk about the sustainability, as you know that we will talk about the three bottom pillars about the environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and society. So what normally in Thailand, when we promote the policy about the bioenergy or biofuels, first thing that we think the government think is we look at the benefit, what we are going to promote, like we are going to promote bioenergy. First, we think for economic first, I think we can utilize our local resources because we produce a lot of agricultural product. This is one thing. And so far we rely on the energy import, so that we think that this policy can help reduce the energy import. And in the same time, we expect that this bioenergy will help economic growth, especially for the rural economy. And this from economic, sometimes it's very close and linked with the social issue, we call it socio-economics. Because we think that if we can promote the use of the local resources, so that the farmer in the rural can get more income or more stability of the income, this can help improve the rural development, stabilization of farmer income. But anyway, what we have to concern in the future is all the resource, it should be equitably shared between the rich and poor, because whenever we promote the industrialization, sometimes in the farmer in the rural, they will have effect in the long term. And of course, for the promotion of the biofuel, we think that carbon neutral, the government think the carbon neutral, and so that we think when we use biofuel, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission, and sometimes we can reduce the air pollution because ethanol we have oxygen, so that it will be more complete in the combustion engine. And we can promote use of our renewable resources. So that from this slide, it shows the potential sustainability benefit to the society when we promote bioenergy. And we call, if we can do well together, we call it the sustainable bioenergy development. And this is some information about how our country promote the biofuels. We have two types. One is a bioethanol, and second one is a biodiesel. We promote this one since the 2008, and we first start from E10, and we start to have E20 and E85. It means that 85% of ethanol blend with the conventional gasoline. So that there is the increasing of the production of the ethanol from 2008 to until 2019. But from the new information that I try to catch is that recently the consumption, the production of ethanol is decreasing a little bit. And I think one is because of the COVID situation. And the second one is also the increasing promotion of the electric vehicle, so that now people have to think. And we have 3 feedstock that we use to produce bioethanol in Thailand. One is the molasses, contribute about almost 60% of the ethanol production. And second one is the cassava. And the last one is the sugarcane juice. Actually, this is very case specific because we use the sugarcane juice is only for the area that used to contaminate with some toxic substance, so that we promote that area to growing the sugarcane and use that for ethanol. And for bioethanol, for biodiesel, there is the increasing of the production of biodiesel, and palm oil is only the major feedstock for biodiesel production in Thailand. And the value, this is the target. Actually, government has the target to promote the production of ethanol. From the target of the 2018 is that we expect to produce 11 million liters a day of ethanol. And for biodiesel, we expect to produce the 14 million liters a day for biodiesel. But as you know that the world is dynamic, so that our policy is also dynamic. We keep changing all the time, and this is the old target. So that we have to keep following the target. And as you have heard from we will have the new energy plan maybe from next year. And biofuel target, this one, I think it will be reduced. And the more target that they look at, first promotion of the renewable energy to contribute about the 50% of the electricity generation. Second is, in the future, we have to balance between biofuels and electric vehicle, and also increase the energy efficiency and also encourage use of other alternative energy. This is the plan in the future. And here is the importance of when we talk about the bioenergy sector, it's not only energy production, it will be in the agriculture, like for the sugarcane, Thai sugarcane industry, we have the production of the sugarcane, and this sugarcane production is from that year 2020 is a bit really severe down in Thailand, so that the production of sugarcane is reduced quite a lot. Normally we should have around 100 million tons a year for the sugarcane, and nowadays we have around 58 sugar millers, and we produce about 7 million tons of sugar, but domestic consumption is only 2.5 million tons, but the other will be export. And from the sugar mill, we will have the byproduct that so far is very low cost, the low price. But now since the government promote the molasses ethanol production, now it's become the more valuable of the feedstock of the byproduct. And for the bagasse, this is the byproduct from sugar mill we can use for the bioelectricity production. And this all complex we call like a biorefinery. Sometimes we call it biorefinery for to produce sugar, to produce ethanol, and to produce electricity. And this for sugarcane is share about the 47 province in Thailand, allowed in the central and northeastern, and it's relevant to employment more than 1 million people. Okay. But as you have heard about the life cycle of the ethanol production, if we look in the state of the life cycle for the ethanol production, we have to consider about the land preparation and land use change, and also feedstock cultivation. This is for the cassava. And for cassava, sometimes we have to make it in the dry chip, and then make to when go to the ethanol production factory. This is very energy intensive to get the product like a bioethanol or biodiesel. When we separate, when we think about the sustainability, we have to look all the life cycle state, because now we have the life cycle thinking. And what we talk about the inventory, this is the what we think when we look at each stage. We try to look what are the resources that we put in that state, like we use the fuels, because this input will be affect to the environment in terms of the resource depletion. And when we use the fuels, we have the greenhouse gas emission from the combustion. Because this one is the inventory, because we have to account how much of the carbon dioxide, how much of the methane, how much of the dinitrogen oxide emitted from the combustion. This we call the inventory. We have to collecting all the inventory data. And these all the environmental sustainability concerns worldwide when we talk about the biofuel or bioenergy. First, land use change, I think is more debate for the oil palm plantation, maybe in Indonesia and Malay in Indonesia. And also this will link when we do the deforestation, it will link to the biodiversity loss. And when we promoting the crop production, the monocrop production, it will cause effect to the soil quality. This is the sustainability that people have to think. And then sometimes when we produce the ethanol, we will have the wastewater, huge amount of wastewater, as you have heard in the morning, and that this is very high organic content. And if the factory did not properly manage, it will affect to the environment. And also sometimes we used to have the problem about the burning of the agricultural residue or even sugarcane trash burning before harvesting. This also caused the non-greenhouse gas air pollutants and toxic impact or toxicity impact to the society. Also, they have the issue about the food versus fuel, because both food and fuel, we need the same resources. Like we have arable land limited. We need the water resources that also limited for some place only. So we have to think about the food versus fuel, water use efficiency, and of course the net greenhouse gas balance, because as you know, it's not carbon neutral. This all the environmental concern is then become the standard or criteria when we in the trade in Thailand. If we would like to export ethanol biofuels to EU or to United States, we have to follow, we call one is the regulatory framework, like a EU RED. We need to follow them standard. And one of the standard that we have exporter, we have to show the life cycle greenhouse gas emission of ethanol, whether it can reduce 65% or 70% as comparing to the conventional gasoline, as well as the same as the renewable fuel standard of the United States. This become the regulatory framework. It means that if we would like to export, we have to follow. So, and they also have other standards, sustainability standard. We call the voluntary standard. We don't have to do, but maybe in the future it become enforced you to do in the future through the supply chain. And there are so many standards in the world right now. Like for palm oil, we have the ISPO. For the soy, responsible soy, we have the RTIS. And for sugarcane, we have the Bong Sucro. It's a voluntary standard. And for biomaterial, there is the RSB. From the standard, they will have many indicators that they set for economic, environment, and social. So what we can do with the sustainability of bioenergy or biofuel? First, we need to know what happened currently with our production process or our product, so that in that time, when industry come to discuss because they would like to export and they don't know before how to do the life cycle greenhouse gas emission. This is one that we can apply the life cycle base. We call the carbon footprint in the assessment. But in this slide you already seen there are life cycle thinking and carbon footprint. It may be easier because it's only one single indicator or water footprint. But for more efficient in terms of the interpretation, so that full life cycle assessment will become more important, and in the future it will be relevant to the product environmental footprint standard in the future. And they have the eco-efficiency and life cycle sustainability assessment. In this presentation, I would like to share some of our project that we have done almost 7-8 years ago, and you will see the familiar face. We call this project is the sustainability assessment of sugarcane biorefinery, but the project aims to enhance the competitiveness of Thai sugarcane industry. As the researcher, we are the research team, and Professor Shabir is the principal investigator of this project, and we have the research team from several universities in our research network on LCA. And of course, this project worked in parallel with the MTech TIAS team, that the team of TIAS will work for the cassava industry. And for us, we work on the sugarcane industry. And the project aim is to develop the sustainability assessment methodology, indicators, and also the baseline information for the Thai sugarcane industry. The second is to do the capacity building to the Thai sugarcane industry, and also provide recommendation to enhancing the competitiveness to the industry. So from the project sponsored by the NSTDA, NSTDA, the National Science and Technology Development Agencies. And we also work together with CTBE, the expert from Brazil. And this project, I would like to share because the project framework is developed under the set like a constructive first we try to engage the industry and government agency together, because so far we done many research on LCA, but it will be the academic. But now we try to engage our industry and government policymaker to do. Since the beginning, we set the advisory board that consists of the representative from the Office of Sugarcane Board of Thailand, from the Thai Ethanol Association, from the Thai Sugar Miller Association, from the Sugarcane Grower Association, and from the MTech, NSTDA, and also the Ministry of Energy as well as the TJO to work as the advisory board. This is to monitor and steer the overall work when we do the LCA so that they can help monitor and know what we have done. And second, we set the technical committee that consists from various departments like Office of Agricultural Economics or Office of Agricultural Promotions. We have the university. This will be work more technical. We call it technical committee to work together in terms of the technical consultation when we do the research. And the last, we have the research team that we work on field, but this we work closely with the factory because we need the primary data when we do normally when we do the LCA. And from the work when we do, the first thing is the same, like we have to provide them just the idea of the training about what is the LCA, and also, sorry, we do the training and seminar first to the industry, and second, from this project, we have involved with the collecting data from more than 1,600 of sugarcane growers in Thailand, and we collecting the data from 20 sugar millers that account for 31% of total production capacity, and we collect from the data from five molasses ethanol factory. And from this one, here is the example of sustainability indicator. Like for the environment, we conduct the life cycle assessment to show the environmental performance. And second, for the economic, we set the indicator like a sugarcane productivity, processing efficiency, the production cost, and net energy balance. And for the social, of course, we try to look in some indicator. Social is very complex, but we look only some indicator like a wage, paid, or income generation or employment generation from, as well as the working condition standard. So this is the difference between LCA and carbon footprint that I will not go here. And when we look the whole life cycle of the ethanol production, we have two sides. One is cassava that done by MTech, TIAS. Second, for sugarcane done by our team. Since the sugarcane cultivation, we got sugarcane and we got the sugar product. And from the molasses, it go to the molasses ethanol production, and also from the sugarcane juice, also some will go to the sugarcane ethanol production. From this, we conduct the LCA, and normally what we will get, people would like to know what is the carbon footprint or how much of the greenhouse gas emission. And here is the sum of the result that we get, like for the ton cane, 1 ton cane, how much carbon dioxide emission in the average value that we get from the data. We can assess for the product like a ton cane, kilogram sugar, product, kilowatt hour of electricity from bagases, and also megajoule of the molasses. This is the data. But when we do the LCA, people would like to know when they know the number, people would love to compare whether it's good or bad. And the result already is depend, right? It depends, like it depends. But anyway, from the standard, we try to look at some value. Like for the Bongchuko is a standard from the Bongchuko for the sugarcane. They said like it should be less than 40 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalent per ton cane when we consider from field to gate. Or for the Bongchuko, they said for the sugar it should less than 0.4 kilogram carbon dioxide equivalent per kilogram sugar. But for bioelectricity, we don't have the standard, so that what we can compare is just only in that time we use the compare with the emission from the grid mix electricity of Thailand. But in that time it's still 0.6, but right now it may be around 0.5, I think 0.49. And it's not zero, as you know, bioelectricity from bagasse is not zero. And also we have the ethanol But ethanol, we compare with the EUI, ED, and Bongsuco that we should less than 33.5 gram CO2 equivalent per megajoule. This look quite, the data that we get, the result is quite good for average value, but there are also the range or some case that we can improve. And this is the, I will not go in the detail, but this is some that we compare with other study that we have done so far, not only from this project. We compare the result can be have the wide range, as you can see the greenhouse gas emission can have the wide range depending on the production system that we study, and also methodology choice that we use in the LCA. And anyway, we have to compare with the gasoline, and the greenhouse gas emission reduction is around 64% or to 70% as comparing to the gasoline. Next, we have to propose some improvement. So we done some scenario like so far our farmer normally we burn cane in the field too easier for harvesting, and now we change if they not do the cane touch burning, we change to they put the mechanized farming system, and we can collect the cane touch or cane leaf and use that 50% to recovery for electricity production. And also from the ethanol process, we have the vinases, the wastewater. We think that it can be used for fertilizer by mixing with the filter cake from the sugar milling process and return this one to the sugarcane farming. So we compared in 3 scenarios. And what we found is that if we try to efficiently utilize of the biome, the co-product or waste, it can reduce the environmental impact. Like for the greenhouse gas emission, the climate change, we can reduce about 32% as comparing to the conventional one. This is the baseline one, the burn cane. So that, but the second is if you look at but when we try to avoid the cane burning by promoting the mechanized farming, so that the impact will increase for the scenario 2. This is the fossil fuel consumption will increase. But whenever we try to collect the sugarcane leaf and use that to produce the electricity, we can gain some credit, so that finally the impact will be reduced by almost 90% for photochemical oxidation, 68% for particulate matter formation, or 32% for the greenhouse gas or global warming impact. This is the LCA can help you to show the performance when we change the production system, when we try to improve or recycle, because they will always have the impact. And this is so far we have the major problem about the cane touch burning in Thailand. Sugarcane in many years ago, just 3 or 4 years ago, allow 65 to 70% of sugarcane is burned before sending to the sugar mill, but not right now. We have the very good improvement. Right now we have burnt cane is only 20% or 30% only. And this what we can see from the LCA is the hotspot, where is the major source of the impact in each impact category, where is the major source, so that we can identify the improvement potential. This will be we have to compare also the sugarcane productivity in terms of the production as well as the CCS is the sugarcane, commercial sugarcane, in the quality of the sugar content in the sugarcane. And we can compare and who is low, who is high, so that the low can be improved in the future. And this compare because we use the bioelectricity, we use bagasse for electricity production, we can see that some industry, some factory, they use a very high technology like a high pressure steam. They can produce very huge per ton of bagasse. They can produce huge amount of electricity as comparing to the other. This can be another option for the industry to improve their process. We also look at some social indicator. We call the using the concept of the social life cycle assessment, and what we found is the interlink is the normally people will more focus on the for the social. People will look at the weight paid, the weight, especially for the labor, would like to more focus on the weight that they can get from the system. This is some finding. I must say it's finding. It's like a worker. When we talk to worker, they will more focus on the fair wage, and secondly, look at the occupational health and safety. For consumer or society in the local, they look at the health and safety. For local community, they look at the how the industry can help them for the rural or social development, and as well as the employment generation. And some in the value chain, the industry, they look at the water and land life, whether the feedstock it come from the right source. For the industry, they try to improve the local employment. People think that sugarcane industry can help improve the local employment and contribute to the economic development of the society and help the localization and migration. And also there are many activities from the industry to the society that we call the corporate social responsibility policy, or CSR. One of the people and one of the some activities like promote stop burning of cane trash, prepare some space for the children in the factory, because when we talk in the European country, sometimes they talk about the child labor or something that actually different culture, and actually sugarcane industry is very heavy work that the children cannot do. But sometimes we have the small family, so that nobody take care for the children, so that children have to go together with the family, with their parents, so that what industry can do, we prepare some facility to the children. And this is other activity. The last I would like to in my presentation is that this is one of example that we apply the life cycle assessment and sustainability assessment for the industry, for the bioenergy industry. And what we found is that to enhance the sustainability of bioenergy or biofuel, we have to ensure that we have to investment for increasing the agricultural productivity. This is most important one. The second is we have to efficient utilization of byproduct, like a biogas recovery, organic fertilizer, animal feed, and so on. But we have to take care about the life cycle thinking. We have to prioritize the feedstock that come from the land that not competition with other crops, other food crops. And we have to promote use of renewable fuels, because sometimes we found that some ethanol factory may import coal from Indonesia to produce the steam and electricity. That is not the real renewability for the industry. We have to enhance water use efficiency and need support policy framework. And we need, when we promote the mechanized, we need the small scale grower to work together with the miller, because for the efficient use of the mechanization, we need to plan properly for the land to make in the landscape. And we have to concentrate on the vinasse or as well as the other biomass, because it's a bulky material. We have to think about the transportation of the bulky material like a biomass. We need to introduce the precision agriculture. And the last, we have to enhance the biorefinery, that in the future we will look more, because biofuel will not sustain, because after we have EV, maybe ethanol producer has to look for other value-added product to use for the ethanol. So this is all my presentation, and I take longer time more than.
Big applause to Dr. Thapat ค่ะ Thank you so much ค่ะ So any question from the floor ค่ะ Okay.
Thank you, Doctor, for the explanation. Now it's making it clearer. I can now apply where the LCA is. I just want to, there's one quick question, basically on slide 14, because you mentioned there regarding the value being reduced from 2017 to, and then moving on beyond 27 onwards. So it shows that there's the value in terms of the reduction. So what usually contribute to this value, and how often will that value reduces? Because this will apply when you do the publication, etc. Right? So how often could you go to slide 14? 14. One more.
This one?
14, 14.
14.
Yeah, so that value, EU red. So it was 49, less than 49 in 2017, but beyond that, it becomes 33.5. So what contributes to that reduction in values? Because that will apply in your LCA calculation as well, right? So, and then how often will that value change?
You mean this one, the value change, like this value is come from the standard of the EU, but they change because of that. They think that for the plant that have the new plant, new factory or new operation, it should have more efficiency. So that if for our LCA, when we get the results, like we get 29 and we have our result, it have 27 to 31, we found that we still be able to comply that new standard of the EU, but not in the average value. But for some factory that may be higher than this value, maybe they have to do some improvement so that in the future they can get the value that consistent to the standard. I'm not sure.
May I add to this explanation? The thing is like this, that the EU was buying biofuels from anywhere, okay? So that comes under the policy of the EU RED, or the EU Renewable Energy Directive. When they made the policy at that time, they said that, okay, for now, the biofuel, if you want to sell biofuel to us, you should have 40%, if I remember the number correctly, 40% reduction as compared to the gasoline baseline. But that is for existing plants. But for those plants that are new, which is this after 2017, then you need 60% reduction. That is just one time. It's not like every year they change the standard. That time they said that for the old plants, they will accept 40% reduction from the gasoline baseline. But for new plants that have been constructed after 2017, they will require 60% reduction as compared to gasoline baseline.
So basically it applies to changes that is being introduced, then this will be taken care as well in the LSA, because this, as you mentioned, because of the new operation.
It has nothing to do with taking care in LCA. LCA just gives you the result. And that result can show you whether you reduce 40% or 60%. That's all.
But you follow those numbers, right? Because that's the standard anyway, correct?
No, we don't sell to them.
No, you follow the standard.
No, we just use that as a benchmark. We don't have to follow anything, because we have to follow only if we sell them. But we don't sell ethanol. Yeah. But anyway, you can see that it complies. So what we're just showing you that it is much better anyway, because we don't sell biofuels. We don't have enough.
Okay, another questions?
Anyone? I can be the last one. Thank you. You show us so many sustainability scheme in the world that you show some of the example. That's also a problem for Indonesian farmers. For every times we grow something, so some of the sustainable consultants come and promote, oh, please use our sustainability scheme, certificate, and so on. How the Thailand's government or the farmers here consider on that sustainability? You choose everything, you just accept all of the certification, or you select which one that the best and fit for us? Thank you.
Actually, we did not do all the certification because sometimes it's like a it's like a trade, and we have to pay more money to get the certification. Sometimes even in this project, we just look the standard who has this kind of standard, and we try to look and follow whether we comply, but we did not say that we are going to do the Bong Sucro, because otherwise, even in the industry, in the meeting, is really be careful, because otherwise the Bong Sucro will claim also that Thailand is going to do Bong Sucro. But actually we did not do, or some factory may do is voluntary, but it's not the whole industry. This is just but at least we have to know wherever in the world have this kind of standard, and whether it will be able to use in our research, and then whether finally what we expect it can help sometimes, because we did not sell, so that we did not to care much about the standard, but the value can help us to improve the competitiveness of the industry, because we know at least the minimum value.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much again ค่ะ Dr. ทพัฒน์ค่ะ Big applause again ค่ะ Okay, so after we hearing about bioenergy assessment already, so the next session we will going to hear about Thai LCI development and application. So we will have like sub-session, like we will hearing about the development first and then followed by the application ค่ะ so please welcoming Miss วันวิสาค่ะ
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wanvisa from the TIS in MTech under the NSTDA. Today, I would like to share with you about the Thai National Life Cycle Inventory Database Development. This slide shows the pathway of the Thai National LCI Database Development. It officially starts in 2002 in the phase of the main role of the MTech is to contribute the knowledge to the industry and university. In 2005, in this stage, we have a lot of people of understand the relevance of the LCA. So the project of exhibit of Thai LCI was debuted. This data will reflect the real character of our country, and the Thai government decided to exhibit the Thai National LCI database that represent the default value of the country. After that, in 2010, we tried to promotion of the LCA application, and the main goal to support the use of LCI database. In 2013, we are trying to develop the Thai data development format with mainly based on the ILCD and ISO format. In 2020 until now, we are trying to promote the LCA and LCI application from the policy in Thailand, and try to update and create data and improve the quality of the datasets. And as to the develop and the LCI database from the national level, it could not be done just from an organization. Thus, to enhance the capacity of the national LCI database development, 5 strategy partners from the different sectors have together collaborated on the implementation of the database project in 2007. Their organization are the National Metal and Material Technology Center, or at the MTech, and Ministry of Industry by the Department of the Industrial Work, the Thailand Research Fund, and now just become to Thailand Science Research and Innovation, and the Federation of Thai Industry, and the large organization is the Thailand Environmental environment in Jeju, and we signed the MOU together on 30 March in 2007. For the general development step operational structure, the task force of the project is classified into the two main groups, consists of the central database and the working group. The central database based on response on the 5 strategy partner to contact with the industry, research institute and university from collected data and update LCI. And another part about the technical support were supported by the Japan government and JRC. But overall, operation structure are controlled by relating committee at the steering and technical committee, and the Thai LCI database, we can be divided in the working group. The working group are categorized into the 10 working group based on the sector. And we have the roadmap for LCI development database. It depends on the national strategy plan, NASA strategy plan, and from the also user requirements. The roadmap will be revised annually with based on the budget allocation, dataset priority, and partner available. We can divide the step of the Thai LCI development as shown on the slide. When we have the dataset roadmap, we are create or the create the new database or the update database. After the data development, we will check. Okay. We will check the data with the validation method. We will check the data correction method, system boundary match, or the energy balance of the other parameter which relate about the LCI database. Later on, the LCI database as get to get is analyzed future to be carried to get data using the LCA software. The next step before the data is published into the critical review of the LCI data from the internal and external review. In the first step is the data correction from Thai database have data into 2 types. We have the get-to-get data level is a process where all the production state within the manufacturing process, and we have the carry-to-get data level is a process starting with the resource extraction, transportation, and manufacturing process. In this slide, show the step of the data development framework. When we have the partner and target product, we will attribute the working team and invite industrial to participate. The project prepare the data correction template under the expert advice. After that, we will visit the industrial and enhance understand of the LCI and LCA to participant. When we get the data, we will verify and reconfirm result with the company. And after that, partner will verify the data with the working team and submit the data from the, if the data is correct, we will submit the LCI database from step of the critical review by internal reviewer, external reviewer, and the LCA expert. In this slide, show the sample of input and output of get-to-get level as shown on this slide. I think it's a similar LCI of the Japan. At the input is the material, chemical, resource, and energy use. From output is the emission from the production process. The national requirement are the data have to representation of representative of the target product or representativeness at the technology on and the geographical, and the data have to correct on the primary data, but in the future, we have planned to develop a national LCI database on the secondary data. And this slide shows the sample of input and output of the get-to-get data level. When we analyze get-to-get data to be get-to-get data using LCA software, The input would be include the law or all of raw material acquisition and include all emission in all life cycle state. In the critical review step, we are follow as the ISO principle standard about the critical review. Are three choices as showing on the slide. In Thailand, we should the panel of interested party method is applied from the Thai transparency. In this slide show the Thai organization who with the collaboration in Thai National LCI database. When we collaboration with many sectors such as the government sector, non-profit organization, private and education. And this slide show the logo of the international organization who with the cooperation in the Thai National LCI database from the technical support and exchange the knowledge such as the AIST from Japan, CILIM in Malaysia, and also KMUTT in Korea, and UN. Now we have the database allow 1,000 data of LCI. We did 542 data from gate to gate and 542 data from cradle to gate. The majority of data are the agricultural and agro product, followed by the infrastructure, transportation, and production of primary energy and basic material as showing on the slide. Now we are make a new LCI database to support the green manufacturing and national policy, and we are hoping for the best. In the national LCI development, the government supporting is the most important. Now NSTDA mainly support from Thai LCI database activity. LCI data is not one of the most significant infrastructure from the country project in the model and green economy. And we will Thai LCI database can be used for the collect industry on the environmental friendly, support information that the need to benchmark or evaluate performance, support government policy, and give the information for consumer from decision making and support scientific data. And now I finished my presentation. How it's just a general how to do the develop national LCI database, but keep in mind in the real working is not easy. It's quite complicated and more detailed. And if you have any question, you can ask Dr. Titi, who have the project leader in this project from LCI database. Thank you for your attention.
Okay ค่ะ thank you once again ค่ะคุณวันวิสาค่ะ so the next one is Miss ฤทัยรัตน์ค่ะ for LCI database application in Thailand ค่ะ
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Because the session is the development and application of national LCI database, then I will sharing you follow Ms. Vanvisa. Okay. In the previous slide, you will see the development of LCI database. And in my part, I will explain to how apply the database in the current status in Thailand. Okay. Okay. As you see in the picture on the left-hand side, you will see the linkage between foreground data and background data. When you need to evaluate the environmental impact of your product, you will collect your LCI data, as it called foreground data or specific data of the product. When collecting input and outputs of unit processes with elementary flow and product flow. However, in actual, it would be impossible to generate data on the all unit processes in a product system. Therefore, the background data from reliable and transparency secondary source is important for evaluate environmental assessment of your product. This is the point of action or key purpose of our team. I mean, NSTDA team is a commissioner for development, update, and maintain the Thai national LCI database since 2007 until now. For support everyone who need to use in LCA study. When we collect foreground data from any company, we will be tracked to the acquisition of raw materials, chemicals, energy, and fuel, and analyze to LCI results from upstream supply chain to generate a cradle to get LCI data. Finally, we will be classify and categorize the LCI results into around 14 environmental impact categories, such as climate change, resource depletion, water depletion, and human toxicity, etc. Each environmental impact category can be called emission factor or environmental index, for widely used in many purposes, especially for certifying environmental level in Thailand. In this slide, I would like to show you the priority for selecting emission factor as a secondary data for your LCA study. The criteria is setting by Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization, or TGO. As you see on the slide, the first secondary data is a Thai national LCI database, and followed by the peer review publication from thesis research study in case of Thai context, followed by the foreign database from LCA software specific data by industry or by country. The last one is the international publication, such as IPCC. In the current, we are officially provide only 2 emission factor for climate change or global warming impact category, as you know, in terms of carbon footprint. And the other one is emission factor from water depletion, as you know, in terms of water footprint. Okay. This is the our application of Thai National LCI database, such as for the policymaker with GHG reduction roadmap, green GDP, and green public procurement, or GPP. And the most application that is used as emission performance, emission factor for calculate environmental assessment for performance both of product and organization. In the next slide, I will show you the detail in 3 application cases that are carbon footprint, eco-efficiency, and water footprint. The first one, the first application for carbon footprint label, the first that are certified the label by TGO. When you access the website, thaicarbonlabel.tgo.or.th, you can see the emission factor menu in the website, and you can download the emission factor of carbon footprint in PDF file by free of charge. In the right-hand side, you can see the amount of products and company that are certified since more than 8 years in the past. And all the products that are certified CFP or CFR, these products have been included the product list of environmental friendly materials in the Thai rating of energy and environmental sustainability outreach, such as the cement, concrete, tile, insulation, and sanitary ware and equipment. The another application is a mobile application called Green Card. All the CFP or CFR product include the product in the list of Green Card to encourage people to consume more environmentally friendly products conveniently. The mobile application collaboration between the Department of Environmental Quality Promotion or DEQP and the Federal of Thai Industry or FTI. Okay. The second application for eco-efficiency for Thai state enterprise. According to the 20, okay, so sorry. According to the 20-year national strategy of Thailand with the sustainable development and growth strategy that linkage with SDG. Therefore, the state enterprise policy office or SEPO adopted the strategy plan and applied to implement with Thai state enterprise since 2018. This is the all Thai state enterprise that implement the eco-efficiency on their organization. The eco-efficiency evaluation start from the determine of scope of the study, follow study the detail according to goal and scope, and then define indicator both of economic indicator and environmental indicator, followed by collecting the data, evaluate the eco-efficiency, and final to analyze and continue improvement. As you see the formula on the right-hand side, the eco-efficiency calculated from the economic indicator and environmental indicator. That environmental indicator calculated from activity data, multiply emission factor, that the criteria to select the emission factor as the same that we will propose. And in the baseline here, when the Thai state enterprise calculate that baseline, and the next year there will be improvement the efficiency by calculate the factor X that calculate from the eco-efficiency current divided by the eco-efficiency reference year or best year. Okay. And this is the three cases that I will show you on the best the improvement of the Thai state enterprise from the baseline. When they calculate emission factor of the organization, there will be identify the planning from the hotspot analysis, such as the energy saving, reduce materials or recycling waste, and industrial estate, again, Authority of Thailand or IEAT, that proposed to reduce greenhouse gas. Oh, sorry. Sorry. They proposed to reduce greenhouse gas about 2,500 tons CO2 equivalent in their utility service by 2025. Okay, the next application is for water footprint evaluation. From the definition from ISO, water footprint is the compilation and evaluation of the inputs, outputs, and the potential environmental impacts related to water use or affected by a product, process, or organization. And when you evaluate the water footprint, you will classify for water withdrawal, water consumption, and water degradation. For Thailand, FTI, or the Federal of Thai Industry, has provided a guideline for water footprint assessment by setting a technical committee that Professor Shabia and Dr. Thapat are the committee in the guideline. And in the guideline, there are divided source of water and formula to calculate into source. When the water from the natural water, you can use the first formula by correcting water consumptive and multiply by water threat index. In the formula, it is important to know where water consumption takes place. In Thailand, we are 25 main watersheds, and in this watershed, there are specific watershed index to calculate on the first formula. And source of water, if from the technosphere, you will select the water consumptive or raw material inputs and multiply the water scarcity index. That in the guideline propose the water threat index from the NSTDA, as you see in the table below. Today, now we are provide about the 100 figure for the FTI to calculate the water footprint assessment. Okay, in the figure is the total water footprint that certified on the product about 123 products. In the top 3 sector is the chemical, energy, and plastic. I will show you 3 cases of company The first one is the PTT Global Chemical. They are in the energy, chemical, and plastic sector. In this year, 2022, GC has set the target to access the water footprint of all company product grades. And the second one is the GAF, Energy Development Public Company. They are in the energy sector. On the last year, there was certified the water footprint on 4 sites of power plant, and now they are all certified water footprint of our power plant, about 23 sites. And the last one in the beverage sector, the first Thai drinking water plant that are certified water footprint. The brand is called Crystal, that certified by the FTI. And the last slide of my presentation is a conclusion. The first one is to develop a database. Many datasets need to create by using and combining both primary and secondary data. And second is to identify the potential hotspot and areas of improvement. The reliability, consistency, and transparency of LCI database could be influenced on the result of LCA study. And the last one, the use of national LCI database enable to reduce time and resource for data collection of the whole life cycle of all products and to reflect supply chains with country-specific data as the economy, energy mix, and technologies of the countries. This is of all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Anyone have any questions on the development and application? So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot your name. Sorry. But let's highlight. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry if I'm saying wrong. How about the update the data? I mean, the data is very dynamic. So how your organization update the data frequently? So, and then how to verify? Thank you.
You mean the update the Thai national LCI database?
Yeah, I mean frequently that updated.
We will update when the technology have changed. Technology, the first criteria, and if I have a budget.
Okay. So it's not every year. So it's not mandatory for the company report the updated every year. No.
We will create a new three categories.
Yeah.
First is new database that are never been in our database.
Yeah.
2 is to revise the old database that I have.
Yeah.
And 3 is replace the Thai national LCI database for the background data.
Yeah.
To modify the background data to in the Thai context.
Okay.
And I would add some answer as well because of it's not mandatory in Thailand to provide data to the government.
Okay.
So we request industries to help us to so we cannot update every year.
Okay.
And at the same time we have a limited budget for certain industries, so it's depend on year by years.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, there are many questions, so please. then go one by one.
Thank you so much. So my question is on the database, because when you talk about data, it can be the next fuel, you know. But in terms of governance, who govern this data, and then is it publicly accessible, or is it like do you have to go to a certain organization to apply, and then there's a certain form to fill? Is it just in Thailand, or can it be shared to the ASEAN? You know, those kind of things. So those are the 3 questions that I posed. Thank you.
Again, please.
All right, sorry. The first question is on data governance. Who govern this? Who own this database? Who own it? Who own it? In Thai?
Actually, the main commissioners of database is NSTDA right now, but the owners is different stories because of we commission data, but the data belong to the source of data. It means that if you got the data from Ministry of Agriculture, it belong to them, but we commission the data for the whole countries.
Right. And when you commission, who usually be allowed to access this?
Normally, we open for everyone. So it's free for educational purpose, and some of the commercial purpose we can discuss later. And it's not expensive, not expensive at all. It's almost free, but with the condition of Thai regulation, so we have to discuss in terms of business applications.
Right. Okay.
So,
right, thank you.
And please.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Would you mind to move to slide number 10? Number 10. I also interested in a database similar to Prenice and also LCI modeling formula. Slide 10. Yes, that's one. Slide number 10. Yes.
It's 10 for you. It's not 10 for you.
I saw number 10 at the bottom right side. She pointed a moment. Yep, I saw it's factor X. It's formula. Yeah, and I saw it's current and other one is reference. It's quite small, so I'm not sure. Yeah, depression.
In the application part.
Number 10. I saw number 10. Yes, that one they did it. Yes, that's it. Yeah, I saw a factor X. Yeah, eco efficiency and current, and the other one is reference, right? Is it a mean database?
No.
So could you explain about it? Is this a reference from where?
This is the eco-efficiency assessment that from the formula eco-efficiency of organization, not national LCI database, but national LCI database is the emission factor for calculate with the activity data from organization.
The factor X is it's mean that you compare the current with the reference one. For example, for this year, if I want to try my factor X, I will use the value that I got to this year compared to the previous years. This is for organization, so it's depend on organization.
So duration is only 1 year or how many?
Normally, we have to monitor 5 or 10 or 20 years to see the factors that improve or not. Normally, we should be better every year, right? So you set your reference year, maybe the year 2020s, and you monitor every year compared to the baseline years, and you can see your progress in the next 5 or 10 years. However, to calculate everything that shown in this slide, we need database to calculate it. Maybe we use a database for calculation for reference years, but in the next 5 year, if the database change, so we have to change almost every calculation and recalculate again to monitor the factor X.
Yeah, thank you. And I have one more question about water footprint. Yep, I saw you write about only water, right? So does Thailand have a water footprints about agriculture sector, such as irrigation system, smart irrigation system about agriculture or something else? Okay, thank you. Do you catch my question?
Right, I know, but I'm thinking about because we talk about carbon for all time, so we start a little bit a new story. So I hesitate a little bit to explain. Dr. Shibir, you want to explain a little bit, please?
Well, for the water footprint, what we have done is that you can see the map over there, which has the 25 watersheds, the major watersheds in Thailand. And we calculated the water stress indices for those watersheds. And that is done by a water balance about the availability of water as compared to the demand of water for 4 sectors, including agriculture and industry, etc. So once that is done, now we have the stress factors. And then when you want to use, for example, you mentioned agriculture. So if, for example, we want to do the water stress for the sugarcane cultivation, then we see how much is the irrigation water used by sugarcane, and then we multiply it with the stress factor to get the what we call the water scarcity footprint, like that. Yeah.
Hello. Out of curiosity, how did you manage to get the cooperation and is it voluntary submission from all the industries? Yeah, it's still very large database, right? And all the industry can actually support them. This is actually very hard to. It's very challenged on that part.
We address politely.
Sorry?
We address politely. They give it to us. It's very easy. But it's true because it's not mandatory, and we don't force anyone to bring the data to us. So we request politely that if you provide me a data, I will have a finished product for you for your industries. It's good for your competitiveness.
Incentive? No.
No, I don't know at all. Right. And also it's important for the stock market as well. Every big companies in the stock market needs such kind of data to make the sustainability report. So they provide us and they give a benefit later.
Especially the industries goes outside, right? In Thailand,
correct.
that's why.
Correct.
And they have a lot of investors as well. It's a requirement.
But I think I'm not sure in my country, I think it is not really centralized. The data set is actually here and there. So that's why we want to learn from Thailand.
That's the beauty of Thai.
Yes. If you can just open it a little bit for us to see the
some tips.
And I heard that some countries need a regulation to get the data from private sectors, but in Thailand we are quite voluntary, almost everything voluntary, so we try. Maybe you want to add something from ideas on Japan's experience.
The database, right? So yeah, in Japanese system is that they use the IDEA, so there is a voluntary. It's my institute voluntary. So, but it's just now is just now the pay the first starting thing in the voluntary. But it's a second version or the third version that we can get is a fee. So there is a in the Japanese system.
But is it a must? Because you say
it's a
fee, right? So is it because the industries in Japan is a must to get that in order to proceed in any?
Yeah, it's half of the yes, half of the no. So in sometimes that they we used to be from companies data and the industries association data. So but it's not the whole almost data is I established in the data. So then it's a different situation, I think.
This is not question, but this is what we have experienced in Indonesia within 3 years from now. In Indonesia, the LCA become mandatory now as a part of the environmental report in Indonesia, in the Ministry of Environment. So if the company want to have the certificate beyond compliance, they have to submit the LCA report. So all of the data now we collect and then we make the database. But some of the companies still doesn't want to submit the report. So what I'm doing is, if they are the company listed in the stock, they need to submit the ESG report, environmental sustainability governance. So we help them to develop that report.
I think Indonesia is the first countries in ASEAN that make LCA as mandatory.
I think Indonesia.
Right.
But the structure of the report is LCA. But the structure of the report you just mentioned is the same or different structure?
For the ESG.
ESG report, I think.
ESG is not LCA, but in the ESG, if you see the structure of the ESG, it's mentioned about how much the consumption of energy per one product. So it's a cumulative energy demand, right? It's a part of the LCA actually.
But not emission.
It's depend on you.
But it's good start. I mean, it's a good start for us. There are any questions, or I propose we have a small break. We come to this a little bit discussion and we try to finish. You want to discuss and break? Oh, okay. I think. Okay. No more presentation. There are no more presentation. No. Or you want to discuss right now? So we can break a break for 10 minutes. Okay, break for 10 minutes and come back for discussion.
Just a little bit, I would like to inform the Japanese expert and also representative from ASEAN today. Maybe after your break, you please go to the hotel, to the concierge, to confirm your departure time for the airport. You do not need to pay anything because that's already covered. But the hotel would like to talk to you what time you really want to go. But I recommend you please provide like at least 2.5 hours to the airport, because I don't know the situation in the airport. I heard many airlines, they have unmanned situation. Thank you. Yes. I guess everybody has time. After you take a break, please go to the concierge office.
Maybe after discussion, so we try to.
Yes. Yes.
Still have a time to go to concierge before 5.
ใช่ค่ะ
Thank you. Can take a small coffee and come back in 5 minutes.
พี่ต้องแบบว่าขอพี่การประชุมวันนี้แค่นี้ค่ะวันนั้นเป็นปิดไม่ได้
พูดเข้าใหม่แม่เดี๋ยวคนจะงงแป๊บนึงก็ได้เดี๋ยวเขาไปดูหมดแล้วเดียว5 นาทีครับ
Actually, I think I asked to take out
ก็เดี๋ยวบอกเขา
the phone, right?
พูดตรงนี้แล้วกลัวเขาจะงง
Only you can just leave your luggage somewhere and you just go to the center.
แป๊บนึงเราออกไปก่อน
Shopping.
ใช่กลัวคนงงครับใช่ดีนะใช่ครับ
คุยตั้งนาน
จะปิดฝาไว้
แต่
แต่เดี๋ยวก่อนยังขอไม่มีดีโอเปิดแป๊บนึงได้ไหมคะจะปิดการเปิดแล้วค่ะพี่ตา
อันนี้สำหรับผู้เข้ารับฟังออนไลน์นะครับทางเราขอจบการนำเสนอวันนี้แล้วนะครับผมขอบคุณทุกท่านมากนะครับเข้าใจว่ามีผู้เข้าออนไลน์หลายสิบท่านเลยนะครับผมก็เนื้อหาทั้งหมดของการประชุมรอบนี้นะครับก็จะอยู่ในเดี๋ยวเราจะส่งอีกทีนะครับแล้วก็จะเป็นลิงก์ให้เข้าไปดูข้อมูลได้นะครับผมไม่ว่าจะเป็นทั้งเนื้อหาการนำเสนอแล้วก็ในส่วนวิดีโอเรายังไม่แน่ใจนะครับแต่ว่าในเรื่องของเอกสารนำเสนอทุกอย่างนะครับจะอยู่ในลิงก์ที่เราส่งตามให้ทีหลังนะครับผมขอบพระคุณทุกท่านมากนะครับ ขอบคุณทุกท่านมากนะครับผมแล้วก็เดี๋ยวมีรอบหน้าที่เราจัดงานใดๆก็ตามก็จะขอแจ้งแล้วก็ขอเรียนมาหารือร่วมกันอีกนะครับแล้วก็หวังเป็นอย่างยิ่งว่าทางเราจะให้บริการได้ทางออนไลน์ได้อย่างสะดวกนะครับผมขอบพระคุณทุกคนมากนะครับขออนุญาตปิดระบบอะไรนะครับผมขอบคุณมากนะครับสวัสดีครับ